Hello, everyone, and welcome to the PayPal Social Media Lounge hosted by TechSet. I'm Trisha Hirschberger.
And I'm Kale Anonymous. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning to everybody that's actually here, everybody home on the live stream. Yeah, we're coming to you guys live from South by Southwest 2015. If you want to join in on the conversation at all today, we've got an awesome lineup of guests. You can do that using the hashtag PayPal SXSW. That goes for everybody in here, too. If you have a question that Kale and I aren't asking, please, hashtag PayPal SXSW.
And I say this every day, but if you're not, if you're in here and you have to do a lot of blogging, you're going to see a great mix of what's going on in South by, whether it be movies, music, tech.
Interactive.
Yeah, it's. I think we've been having a lot of fun with there being just like this varied group of people coming in. But we're starting out really strong today.
Speaking of awesome people coming in, right now Kale and I are joined by the cast and writer-director of I Dream Too Much. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you guys so much for being here today. How's your South by Southwest so far?
Fantastic.
Did you already premiere your film? You already premiered?
It's tonight.
Oh, it's tonight.
Yes.
All right.
Are you nervous?
Yes.
What's it like showing your film for the first time? Do you personally get butterflies or?
Yeah. I mean, I'm very excited. I'm beyond thrilled. But sure. I mean, you know, as a filmmaker, you're used to being in control of everything, especially coming out of the editing room where you're assembling the film, and now it's just sort of starting to be out of my control. So
now for the people out here and the people watching at home, would you mind telling us a little bit about the film?
Oh, sure. It's a coming of age film. It's that captures sort of that time in your life when you're leaving sort of, you know, your youth and kind of entering adult life and all the pressures and everything. And I just really am very attracted to characters going through transitions. And I just was taking a lot of notes about a character like this. And one day she said, "I dream too much." And I thought, oh, that's a great title. So I've just been sort of working towards developing what a character would be like who dreams too much. So
would you say that because of that, you're kind of just, it's generally can touch everyone because it's something we've all been through, that sort of transitional period? Yes,
absolutely. I mean, when I was writing the script, I actually had my 14-year-old daughter in mind, you know, that I wanted to create a story that she could see. And then I was thinking, but then my niece, who's in her mid-20s, I'm thinking about her. And then I was thinking about me. And then I have my mom, who's, you know, much older. You know, I just feel like it could span, you know, all ages. Yeah.
Well, don't look right now, but you have the cast sitting to your left.
I know. It's heaven. It's heaven. Anytime I'm with them was just the best ever.
Would you mind telling me how you landed all these wonderful people?
Oh my gosh, being just the luckiest person in the world. We worked with a casting director, Judy Henderson, in New York, and literally the first day we met with her, she had read the script. She was really enthusiastic to do it, and I had barely even sat back in my chair, and she was like, "Diane Ladd for Aunt Vera and Eden Brolin for Dora." I was like, okay, well, that was easy. That was like the easiest casting ever. And then Danielle's character, I was still working on. So we wasn't quite clear who I wanted for her character as Abby. So that took a little bit longer, like a month, 2 weeks, a month.
So now that we know how you found them for the cast, what was it about the script that first attracted you and made you want to say yes to this project?
Hi, I'm Diane Ladd, and I'm pleased to be here today. When I read this script, especially right now in the world we're living in, we're not always brought closer by this commercial world we're in. Sometimes we're more alienated, as all of you know. And looking for a good script is sometimes quite difficult. When I read this film about communication, about love, and for my part, about betrayal of a woman who believed one thing to discover, heart-renderingly so, that all of her beliefs are not quite what she thinks because she was betrayed, and to see the need in her for someone younger to show her the way while she's showing that person the way. It also reinforces how important wisdom and the choices we make in life are. And those are just my cup of tea for films. You know, England does a lot of scripts like that. And we do not, usually. And so when I read this script, I said, I want to meet the person who wrote this right now. And I'm going to be in this film. And this lady wrote it, and I'm in it. Thank you, and it's premiering tonight. Yay. And these wonderful actors are in it. And I would invite all of you to come see I Dream Too Much. And I'm going to turn over it to you, Eden, to tell how you
Should I answer the same question?
Yeah.
Go
Eden,
ahead.
what
Good
drew
luck.
you to the script?
Well, before I did this movie, I was just auditioning in New York for 3.5 years. Or 3 years at that point, I guess. And now everything's changed, obviously. I don't have to audition anymore. I'm getting offers everywhere.
Yay, that's amazing. Congratulations.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah,
though.
that's a joke.
But I'd worked with Judy on a couple different projects. She'd brought me in, and she brought me in for this project, the casting director. And it seemed like a great little script, and definitely something that pertains to this time of life that I'm in your early 20s and everything. And I went to 2 years of school and skipped out on like real college, and I think it's a big thing to look at the fact that kids are being pressured straight out of high school to go and sort of decide what they want to study. Right out of high school. Yeah. It's just sort of insane, and I think it's a scary time. So I think this film, when I read it, I think it gives a really nice look into being able to make those decisions, and even if you have gone through 4 years of school and done, you know, focused on a specific thing, you've still got time afterward to go, is that what I really want to do? Is that... Yeah. Did I make the right decision? I can still use that.
Is that how you launched into acting, though? Did you know you wanted to do that right away, or did you kind of...
Yeah. I went to acting school in New York, and that's what I wanted to be a little bit of everything when I was a kid. I wanted to be a bird. I wanted to be a dentist. I wanted to be a horse veterinarian, and so one day it was kind of like, I dream too much, Katie.
Oh, there it is.
Bringing it right back around.
But one day my mom was like, if you are in movies, you can be all of those things. And so I said, okay, I'll do that.
You can be the bird horse doctor
Horse
that you
vet.
always want to
Yeah.
be.
Can I just add
Dentist.
also about the choice of college and all, how expensive even the books are for young people today? I mean, my assistant is also trying to get a college degree, and one of her books alone is $148 for one college book. I don't think this is right. I think these choices are hard, and I think that your film, Katie, includes that kind of attitude to investigate too. I think it's important for us to all look at that for our future generations. It's not right. It's too much money for you guys. So let's fight about clearing that up too. Go
Let's
ahead.
make it easier for people. And for Danielle,
Danielle.
Well, how did you feel when you first read the script?
Well, what drew me to the script, one reason was Katie, really. She's from Texas. I'm from South Carolina. Yeah. This is her first directorial debut. This is my first film.
All right.
Yeah, so I was like, I think this could be a good match. And I really like the character. Even in the description, it's much different than what we actually did, but the description was like she had a lot of tattoos, and she was this hipster that dressed, that worked at a vintage store, and she was very different from the character I play on Orange is the New Black.
Sure.
And I thought that this could be a cool challenge, especially stepping into my first film, and something that people wouldn't normally necessarily see me as. So I'm glad that Katie let me play Abby.
Yeah.
Do you feel like your real life is closer to Abby or Tasty or somewhere in between?
Oh, God.
Very curious.
Probably closer to Tasty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In what ways?
Probably, well, Tasty's much more an extrovert, I think, and I think I can be that way as well. And like, Abby was out in the cold, man. We did this scene on the river, and it was just ice, and that's totally different from where I would my habitat. So I think living situations.
Yeah, we shot in February in upstate New York, and we really wanted snow. I really wanted snow. I had my mom lighting candles at church and praying for snow. The first day of the shoot, February 3rd, it started snowing, and it didn't stop till March 1st. We had 2 snowstorms. It was beautiful. But we were all so cold the whole time.
It was beautiful, though. It really
Katie,
was.
how about those great shots that your fantastic husband, who happens to be the great director of photography in this film, got? Amazing. It's beautiful, beautiful photography, I promise you.
Yeah, it is. It's like a Dr. Zhivago coming of age story.
Diane and Eden, I want to talk about kind of like the generational difference that seems to be one of the key factors that comes in, and having to understand what each person goes through in a different time period.
It's pretty funny. Especially because I'm all isolated in my own world, and she's isolated in a different way in her world. And the coming together, I think, reflects what a lot of people are going through themselves today in our society. And both Eden and Danielle both forgot to say what wonderful singers they are, and how they kind of use that in the film as well. But the generation gap is an important thing, especially right now, what we're facing in our world, in our country today. And I think we need to stand up and fight for our beliefs, for our Constitution, and for who we are. And I think we really need to do it upright with loyalty and truth and being kind to one another. I'm a sentimentalist. I'm from Mississippi originally, and I'm a writer as well, and I also have directed. And I do believe that that films are the greatest communication that we have in our society today. And I think we could use it a lot more to the advantage of ourselves in what we're doing. And I wish to God our government would give us more tax incentives. Because if I were, Katie was in England, or any of us, or Spain, or France, I could just give my script to the government, and they have a board, and if they like it, they give me the money to make my film. And we have to compete with that every year at Oscar time and every other award time. And it's not quite right. You know, it really isn't. I do want to say that my husband over there, Robert Hunter, and I spent 3 years and a lot of our own money. For 17 times we went to Washington. And finally, in 2004, we got the only tax federal incentive signed by a president in 40 years. So if you want to go make a film, you get an investor. You got 1 carrot to get him. And I believe there's gold in our performers and writers and directors and people, just like there is in the earth, in the mountains. That gold is real. And you can get their gold to help your goal by telling them, if the investor that you get, it has to be $2 million minimum, the budget, to keep porno out. $15 million, or if it's a deprived area, and right now every area is deprived. So you can go up to $20 million on your budget. And your investor can depreciate his investment the same year he makes it. So you've got a carrot to attract an investor. An investor has to be an inventor. But he didn't get rich by being stupid. So why would he just give his money to the government if he can give it to you and write it off and be an investor in a great film? So I want to share that with everybody, because it's important to follow your dreams. I love the fact that her title has dream in it. Just like everybody should follow their dreams and fight for your dreams. And she did, and she made a great film, which we're privileged to be in. So I beg all of you to come join us tonight for our Dream Too Much. For Katie and Alex Rappaport.
And please do go see the film tonight. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for right now. Everybody, please stay tuned. We've got a great lineup coming today. Again, if you want to join in on the conversation, you can do that using the hashtag PayPal SXSW. Thank you guys so much, and
Thank
let's
you,
give
Tricia.
one more big
Thank
round of
you.
applause
So
for I Dream
Thank you,
Too Much.
Kyle.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the PayPal Social Media Lounge, hosted by TechSet. I'm Trisha Hirschberger, joined by Kale Anonymous. We are here coming to you live from South by Southwest 2015, and we are so excited and would love to have a big round of applause from everyone to welcome the one, the only Franchesca Ramsay to the stage.
Hello, it's official. I'm here.
You're here. You're at South by Southwest.
And we are doing, I love to sing, so thank you for that. Go.
Well, this is a whole musical interview, so let's get started. No, as always, we ask right away, how's your South by Southwest?
It's been really, really awesome. Like, the people watching is probably one of my favorite things about South by. There's so many different types of people, so many different walks of life, which is really great. I had a great panel yesterday about feminism taking over the web, which was really cool. And yeah, it's just been really awesome. It's been great.
Awesome. So tell us more about that panel. It's why feminism is winning the web.
Right.
And that was yesterday. What would you say for anyone who may have missed that panel? What was the big takeaway?
I would think just the fact that it's great that we are talking about what feminism really means, and it's awesome that we're having celebrities talk about feminism. But one of the things that I brought up was that we also have to remember that celebrities are just normal people, and we can't necessarily expect them to be super knowledgeable about everything. Sometimes we have to bounce it back to people who know a lot on the subject, rather than hold these celebrities like, are you a feminist? Let's make sure you get it right. Like, they're not always going to get it right. So it's great that they're starting the conversation, but let's, tee it up to some of the professionals and some of the people who are really talking about these issues too.
That's a great point, because, I mean, celebrities are probably pretty busy doing whatever they're famous for doing, not so much researching the ins and outs of feminism.
Yeah.
Not to say that that couldn't happen, but you pretty much want to divert to people who dedicate their lives to that kind of thing.
Absolutely. Like I said, I think it's great they're starting these conversations, but part of me feels a little weird about holding celebrities to this unrealistic standard and thinking that they should always get everything right and that we should know they should be able to speak on everything. Like, if you're a musician, talk about music. That's awesome.
Right.
I'm not going to ask you who to vote for. Like, I don't think that you should be telling me about that.
Right on.
Who else was on the panel?
Liz Plank from Mike.com, and she's freaking awesome. And one of the co-founders of Hello Giggles was on the panel, and
Awesome.
it was great. It was a very lively discussion, and we got serious too about some of the not so nice stuff that happens to ladies on the internet, which was kind of a bummer, but it was very positive in the sense that we were talking about solutions and coming up with ways to be positive on the internet and continue these hard conversations and educate people, which I love.
Do you think that that panel has, I'm not sure if there was one last year, but do you think that panel was more positive this year than it would be last year? Do you think there's any change over the years?
I definitely think that just the feminist conversation has really gotten a lot of steam in the past year. We have had all of these celebrities talking about it. We have had some really important hashtags take place on Twitter, which has been really great. So I don't necessarily know that it was more positive this year. I think, unfortunately, when you have women being outspoken on the internet, there are going to be people who get upset. So you kind of have to have both sides of the conversation. I'm just happy that it's happening at all. And I wish that these conversations were happening when I was 13 and was being exposed to this stuff on the internet, because young women and just people in general are so smart because of the things that are happening online right now. And I think that's so awesome.
Do you think being online gives people the platform to attack forward motion like that?
I think, as Taylor Swift said, the haters gonna hate. Like, you don't need the internet to hate on people. You know what I mean?
It just kind of gives you a bit of a megaphone. But
it gives you the veil of anonymity. You know, like the things that people say online, I'm pretty sure they would not say in real life. You know what I mean? Like, I saw this really great bit that Louis C.K. had where he was saying, it used to be a bully, you had to be brave. And you had to have size. You had to be like, hey, I'm big, I'm gonna push you around. Now, you don't have to do that. You can sit in your basement and like talk trash about someone else, and you never have to put yourself out there. And you can use like a weird fake name like Brony82 or something. I don't know.
That's mine.
No attack, no personal attack on bronies.
I just pulled that name out of the back of my brain. Please don't come for me, bronies, please. So now, you know, you can say whatever you want without any repercussions. So I definitely think that the internet has made it easier for people to go after each other and say nasty things. But since the beginning of time, like, there have been haters. It's just kind of the circle of life.
Totally.
Are you going back into songs?
Yes, anytime I can.
So I want to know what kind of stuff you've been having, because you got a huge internet presence. I want to know what kind of stuff has been going on for you since you know, one of your best hits, which was "Shit White Girls Say." That's the only time we're allowed to swear on the live.
Yeah,
True, it's a title.
So tell me how things have changed for you on the internet since then.
Things have been really awesome. You know, YouTube has opened so many doors for me. You know, I had a regular job. I was working as a graphic designer when that video went viral.
Which is an awesome job.
It was like, I loved my job. It was really, really cool. And when that video went viral, suddenly I was getting calls from agents and all these meetings and auditions and getting to speak at colleges, and suddenly I had to leave my job in order to take advantage of all these opportunities, and I'm so blessed that that happened. It completely changed my life. Now I just kind of go where the wind blows. If I get a cool opportunity to speak somewhere or work on a project, I'm there. I have an amazing job at Upworthy now, and I got that job through my online presence, and it's been really awesome.
What about your own personal channel? What's been going on there?
I have been working on a project with a
Are we getting secrets right now?
TV network, web something or other.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm working on this really cool web series that's kind of a mashup of what I do on my channel right now, which is I talk about race and pop culture and kind of where those things intersect in a comedic, socially conscious way. So I'm really excited. I am partnering with a TV network on a series, and I don't know that I can say who they are yet, but that will be coming out next month. I'm super excited about it.
Congratulations!
Yeah,
That's
thank you.
really exciting.
Thanks.
I love to see the internet to traditional media bridge happening more and more.
They are really wising up. I don't know if you know, but YouTubers are taking over the world. Grace Helbig's going to be on April 3rd. Issa Rae, her pilot at HBO. So
Jenna Marbles is on the radio.
I
now.
mean,
Lacey Green's got a show on MTV.
it's amazing. So I mean,
I'm gonna be in all the movies. The
Tails
superhero
in every
movies.
movie
I'm in
next year.
Movies now.
yeah, I love that. I love that mainstream media is wising up and seeing that there's a lot of power on the internet, and there's a diversity of voices that are telling their stories in their own authentic ways. And it's just great that TV and film is taking notice and jumping on board.
So speaking of people wising up, it's been almost 2 years since your Turn Your Phone video, and people still film vertical. Is there anything you can say to people about that?
Oh my gosh, please. If you are going to film something on your cell phone, this is really serious, and I really need everyone to just get their lives together and focus, because I'm going to drop a truth bomb right now. If you're filming, turn your phone this way so that the footage takes up the entire screen, okay? I know. Your mind?
What?
Blown right now. I don't understand why this is so difficult. Honestly, I cannot enjoy any viral video because every single time I'm just like, black screens of death on the side.
I think a filmmaker needs to make a whole film. Like with
oh my gosh, no.
You go to see it, you start putting the popcorn, you're like, oh no, I don't want to see this.
It makes me so mad. Seriously, I'm the girl who like walks down the street and sees people filming that way, and I'm like, you're doing it wrong. Can you please turn that? Can you just turn that, please?
No.
It's like my biggest pet peeve.
It's almost like Instagram is helping people backpedal on that, though.
Oh, I mean,
that's the one time.
right?
vertical.
Because you know, Instagram, I will give you a little bit of leeway because it does make it in a square. This is like so nerdy. That we are talking about this right now.
Everybody has
That's all right.
this
We're in a
experience.
tech lounge. They get it.
I know, but I've seen people at South by filming the wrong way. And it's like, come on. You are at the biggest tech convention in the world. Turn your phone. It's so easy. I know, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Words of wisdom from Franchesca Ramsay, everybody.
Look, he's doing it right. Thank you. You got
Thumbs
it.
up over on the side. Well,
Hey, that's a great one to
Franchesca,
end, yeah.
thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. This was really fun.
Absolutely. Well, everyone that's out here and everybody at home, please make sure that you stay tuned. We've got some awesome guests coming up later today. And again, if you want to join in on the conversation, you can do that via the hashtag PayPal SXSW. Or just join in on the hashtag.
Oh, yeah. Or just come here.
Or just come here to the PayPal Social Media Lounge.
Why not?
Why not?
Bye.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the PayPal Social Media Lounge, hosted by TechSet at South by Southwest.
Indeed, we
Why
are
not?
at South by Southwest.
I'm Kale Anonymous, and sitting next to me is Trisha Hirschberger.
Hi, guys.
And up next, we have one of the films that I think is pretty buzzed about around here at South by Southwest. It is called Just Jim, and we have writer-director star Craig Roberts. Welcome to the stage.
Hi, hello.
Welcome.
Hi.
Welcome to the stage. So you were just telling us that your South by's it's been pretty crazy to you. It seems like a crazy event.
There's a lot of free alcohol, which is worrying.
That's true.
It's just everywhere.
It's everywhere.
Are you falling victim to it?
I'm just constantly drunk.
Yeah, there's actually more of that than water, it almost seems like.
Yeah,
at
there's no
times.
water. I can't find the water.
There's no water. So, I mean, not to jump straight into it, but you did just have your premiere.
We premiered on Saturday.
Okay.
Nobody turned up. It was great.
It was just you watching the
That
film.
made the Q&A a lot easier, huh?
I think the address was wrong or something, which was awesome.
Okay.
I'm just so happy. So yeah, it's great.
But you have another screening tonight.
We have one tonight at 5. You're welcome to not turn up again. It's up to you. It's at the Alamo Lamar C. So yeah.
Awesome.
So, this is it's pretty exciting that you're the writer, the director, and the star. This is your first time doing that.
Yeah, I clearly have a big ego.
How does one approach tackling something like that?
That sounds maddening.
I don't. Well, I didn't plan to do it. I mean, I don't. Yeah, it's kind of I wrote it to direct, and then we had no money, so I had to act in it. That was pretty much it. It was easier to rehearse with myself at home, like a schizophrenic, talking to myself.
So did you have somebody else planned that you wanted for the role?
Just anyone else, really. just anyone.
So, so you did know that you wanted to direct this film?
Yeah, I wanted to direct it. It was part of a scheme in the UK that was for first-time filmmakers. So yeah, I just put the script forward for that, and
And it got approved, and
I think so. Yeah, yeah. It got approved, and we made it, and yeah, it was pretty interesting.
So a lot of us know you from your work on Submarine, which was your first film.
That was my first film,
which
yeah.
was awesome, by the
cool,
way.
thank you.
I loved it, as do most people. Why don't you go ahead and just tell anyone at home or anybody out here that's willing to get off their computer for a second what the film's about?
The film is a coming-of-age noir. It's like, I don't know, 50 Shades of Grey.
Oh. How would you compare it to 50 Shades of Grey?
It's as boring as 50 Shades of Grey.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's like it's the second of that, really. Yeah. But it's a coming-of-age noir about a kid in Wales, and then this American turns up. The American happens to be Emile Hirsch. It's pretty interesting.
It
gets crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of about kind of staying true to yourself in a lot of ways. Someone
Like 50 Shades of Grey.
Yeah, and a lot of bondage.
Yeah.
But someone shows up that shows kind of like a place to. Wait, it is kind of like 50 Shades of Grey.
Yeah, it's just exploring yourself.
This is a hilarious conversation right now.
Yeah, no, it's about this kid who's like totally boring, kind of like me, and he lives in this boring town, and then this American turns up and things get crazy. That's pretty much it.
Have you had the experience where an American shakes things up?
During the filming, Emile Hirsch came to Mycicuma, with this small nihilistic town, and yeah, it was pretty cool.
Did you write it with Emile Hirsch in mind?
No, I mean, with an American in mind, and then this director, I was working with David Gordon Green, knew Emile and said that you should get Emile, and it happened. And he's amazing in it. He's so funny.
You turn this whole thing around pretty quickly, right?
Like a year. Yeah, it was very quickly.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's really fast.
And the film was shot in like 15 days. It was like very quick, and yeah.
Wow.
So now, does this seem like you're like, I loved all of this, like like it really tapped into you, and you want to do it the same way again, writer, director, acting?
No, I'm not Woody Allen. I'd rather just direct. I think write and direct.
How do you even go about directing yourself? I mean, do you kind of watch the footage at the end of the day? And
As an actor, I'm very limited. I kind of have the stillness of the baby in American Sniper, so I just carry on with that.
the references today are amazing. I have to say, you are on point.
Yeah, so I just do that. I just do nothing, and then it's fine.
Okay.
I'm very yeah. I was actually angry with myself.
So for your next project, do you think you would prefer to write, act, or direct?
Direct and I think direct and write and see what happens.
That's your new love?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's cool. It's fun.
Are there any types of characters you'd like to tackle next, or are you kind of more familiar with the character that's kind of like the one in this film?
Well, the character in this film is just based on my life. It's kind of, it's kind of based on my experience growing up as a teenager, not being very successful with anything, like whether it be girls or getting friends. So, I suppose awkward characters, because obviously I'm very confident, as you can tell by the way I'm sat. And
I think you are
my
very
voice,
confident.
my voice immediately, evacuated the room. So
I think you're much more confident than you lead on if you want to do directing as your next project. If you want to be in control.
I'm Kanye West, yeah, absolutely.
That takes confidence.
Well, there's a lot of moments that you tapped into that are just like honest to everyone. I really like the underwater scene.
Oh, cool.
I thought that was hilarious.
Oh,
and
awesome.
just got better and better. But the whole race where she's like, for anyone watching, she basically says, if you win this race,
then she will fornicate with me.
I will have sex with you.
Yes.
And we've all kind of felt like if we do that one thing, that'll be it.
Yeah.
That'll be my end.
And it doesn't happen. But yeah, it's kind of the race. I kind of felt like school, the social status of school, it's kind of one big race. And looking back on it, I kind of wished I paced myself instead of trying to sprint to be cool, because you just look like a fool. So that's what I learned.
So this film deals a lot with American civilization versus civilization in UK and the differences. And you being in Austin, Texas now, I know you were talking to us a little bit earlier before the stream started about commercials being different. What are the things that you're finding here that are just unusual to you?
Just the promotion of drugs. It's crazy.
Wait, what?
Like the commercials. It's hilarious.
Oh, okay. So commercials that
On
are
TV,
promoting pharmaceutical drugs.
Yeah, it's amazing. That's all there is.
What, can you give us an example of one?
No, it's just like
They're just shouting at you,
Hey,
or?
you dying? You want this? Great, and then they give it to you. It's so strange.
You should probably look into our drug that we're trying to sell you.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
What is it?
What is it?
Oh, I was being the
She's
commercial.
on the spot. Okay.
I was being the commercial.
Oh.
Oh yeah, that's what it is, and they give you a number, and I'm sure you can get it and then die.
Oh my God. Okay.
Probably. Well, everybody, make sure.
Speaking
that
of
you go to the
commercial
screening
breaks,
tonight.
yeah. Thank you so much, Craig.
Yeah,
for
if you want those drugs, come today at 5.
at 5. Okay.
Yeah, you can
All
get
right.
some drugs.
Craig, thank you again for stopping by. Again, I watched
Thank
it.
you so much.
It was outstanding. It was really
Well,
great. So I
thank
look forward
you.
to other people getting a chance to see it. Stay tuned. If you guys have any more questions for anybody we have on stage, it's hashtag PayPal South by Southwest. Again, the movie is Just Jim. Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
All right,
Thanks.
we'll see
Sorry,
you guys in
bye.
a sec.
Thanks.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and any cats that just happen to be watching a computer standing there. Welcome back to the PayPal Social Media Lounge, hosted by TechSet here at South by Southwest 2015.
Woo woo.
I'm Kale Anonymous, and I'm here with Trisha Hirschberger. How you doing, Trish?
I'm actually really good, Kale, because I heard that PayPal's giving away 5 million cents. That's
5 million cents? How much is that?
Cents.
How much
It's
is that?
it's $50,000.
Oh, okay, that's a lot.
That's a lot
That's
of
quite
money.
a bit of money.
PayPal's giving away $50,000.
They're just handing it to somebody, or what's going on?
No, I wish they were just handing it to someone, and they kind of are, because all you have to do is watch a video. If you go to paypal.com/5 million, that's 5 the number, paypal.com/5 million, and watch a video, you're entered to win 5 million cents. How cool
pretty
is
easy.
that? Right?
That's pretty easy.
You're watching videos right now
you're
anyway.
already training to do that thing right now. So $50,000 or 5 million cents could be yours.
I'm picturing Olympic training of watching videos, like dun 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 dun.
Somebody
just watching
sweatily
videos.
using the computer.
Yeah.
I think there's a few
Ready
of
to
those people
win
out here right
$50,000.
now, sweatily using the computer. All right, well let's move on. Let's move on let's move on to our next guest.
Shall we?
All right, our next guest you might have seen on The Young Turks.
You probably
you
have.
Absolutely have. We would like to bring to the stage Cenk Uygur.
Woo woo! Come on up here, Cenk.
Come on.
Welcome to the PayPal Social Media Lounge stage.
Oh, look at this. People are watching us.
Yeah, there's
How
a
you
few
guys
people
doing?
watching us, and then of course you know that the virtual people are watching us. You're
Hello,
very
virtual
familiar-
people of the
yes.
earth.
Dun 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 dun. I imagon you're familiar with them out there.
Yeah,
Those
I'm
people,
pretty
those
familiar
virtual-
with them. The guys sweating over the keyboards.
Keyboard.
Yes. Very familiar.
Okay, Cenk. So most people know you from the Young Turks, but there was a road to get to the Young Turks. There's a road to get there, and you're actually here to promote a film that kind of highlights that. Correct?
That's right. Yes. Some people think we got the 2 billion views overnight, but no, that's not really how it works. We've actually been doing this a long time. Young Turks been around for 13 years. We've been doing.
Internet years. That's a long
I
time.
know.
Very
We're
much
the
so.
grandfathers of the internet. We went online video in 2005, so online video and daily streaming for 10 years. It's the longest running daily stream on the planet. And so the movie Mad as Hell takes you all the way back, even before that, earlier in my career when I was a sweaty public access host. Like, I'm the original Wayne's World. I'm Wayne.
Nice, nice.
Extreme close-ups.
That's right.
No.
Okay. And it's an inspirational story, not because it's about me, but because it gives you a sense of like what you can do, especially in new media, and once you get past the gatekeepers, and how in this new world nothing can keep you down. And I know I lived through it, and you see it in the movie. In the old world, you had to please the gatekeepers.
Of course.
Radio program directors, TV executives, etc. And that's a crappy world. And that those guys making the decisions often don't make the right decisions. Now in YouTube and all the social media that we have, you just take it to the people, and as they said in Gladiator, which is where you get most of your wisdom.
All right, here we go. Yeah.
If you win the crowd, you win your freedom.
That's awesome. So what inspired you to make this film? Did someone approach you, or you just thought, I need to tell this story?
Well, so to be clear, Andrew Napier, who's an award-winning director, made the film. He had all the rights to all our footage behind the scenes.
Awesome.
Which was obviously a mistake. And so it's not our movie, it's a movie about us. And so there are a lot of parts where I cringe. I'm like, oh, and I didn't really want him to name it Mad as Hell. I'm like, I'm not that mad. Right? And there's a lot of things we disagreed on, but it's an accurate story with all the the downs and the ups and all the different things. And so Andrew used to work for us as a producer, and he'd already studied, like, he's a great director. He'd already studied under Tarantino. Later, he went on to win an Oscar for Curfew, a short film in 2013. And we're just lucky that we had this great director sitting as one of our producers. And he's like, would you like a documentary made about you? And I was like, yeah, of course I would. Who doesn't want that? So what I didn't realize is that he was going to keep taping and also capture the bad stuff we said.
So for people that don't know the story, considering that it was such a long time, what is like a really high impact part of your story that you think is worth telling?
Yeah. So I started originally in first cable access, then radio. Then I went to TV and worked as a writer, a producer, an on-air host. And then we started our own show on Sirius Satellite Radio, and then YouTube came. So I think there's two parts that were really interesting. One is how YouTube opened up a whole new way of doing media and getting rid of the gatekeepers, going straight to the crowd. A lot of people didn't figure that out, but for those of us who did, we wound up reaping the rewards of that in terms of audience, some revenue and growing revenue, but we own the future. So, I mean, I'll give you an example. It's an amazing thing. The average age of a CNN viewer is 63 years old.
Wow.
The average age of a Fox News viewer is 68 years old.
Wow.
The average age of a Bill O'Reilly viewer is 72 years old.
Okay.
The dude is doing his show from a senior citizen center. Yeah. Okay? And they think he's all powerful. So he has got his audience is literally dying. So our audience is 78% under the age of 35. And in TV world, that makes heads explode. You got people to watch news. So and the second interesting part that's also in the movie is my years at MSNBC. So that was new media meeting mainstream media and the explosion that happened as a result of that. And it just didn't work. Great ratings. That was no problem at all. #1 ratings at 6 p.m. that MSNBC ever had. But they wanted me to toe the line. And they even gave me a whole speech, like right out of a movie, which now, interesting enough, is in a movie, about, the establishment's not happy with you. You got to be an insider. It was amazing. It was amazing. I'm like, oh, my God, this is what we thought might happen. And it's happening right now. I'm in the room, and he's giving me the speech. But that's why they're losing. I mean, at the time, I was the only show that beat Fox in any demo. I beat him in 18 to 34, right? Yeah. And you got to go more progressive. But more important than that, you have to be authentic. You have to be authentic. Sometimes, I didn't mind their stylistic points. I disagree with them, but hey, it's their channel, right? But they would tell me, like, don't wave your arms so much. Like, are you mental? Of course I should wave my arms.
Ridiculous direction, right?
Yeah,
you have to be
excited.
who you are. The internet kind of understands that. I've always said the internet has X-ray vision. They can see through whatever thing you're trying to put out front. So no, why do you think that they chose the title "Mad as Hell"? Like, why do they think you're so mad, or why are you so mad?
I don't look mad, do I? I look fairly pleasant.
Happy.
So obviously, it's an homage to Network, the movie, and where Howard Beale is mad as hell, and he's not going to take it anymore. And honestly, that's how we are when we do the show about the media and the government. We're happy-go-lucky about everything else. There's the fun sex stories. There's the guy pooping in cars in Ohio.
Oh, boy.
Okay. That was on the last show. He's hit 19 cars. Anyway.
Wow. So you mean he's pooped in 19 cars?
On. But if you leave the door unlocked, sometimes in.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, that's nice.
But they got his picture. They got his picture. Anyway, but on the stuff that matters a lot, the media and the government, the name of the Young Turks means in the English dictionary, it's young progressives looking to overthrow the established system. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, and that's exactly what we are. That's why we named the show that way. So we think the media generally sucks now, and that they kowtow to the politicians. They play the BS 50-50 games. Republicans say this, Democrats say that. Well, that's interesting, dude, but what is it? Like, who cares what they say, right? It's like if they covered sports, they'd be like, the White Sox say they won, but the Cubs say they won. Right. Yeah, but who won? Who won, right? But there is objective truth that they're not covering. Like, climate change is real. 97% of the world scientists say so. Saddam Hussein did not attack us on 9/11, yet 70% of Americans thought that he did when we went into Iraq. So I think the media sucks, and our goal is to succeed so much that they're forced into copying us, and thereby change the media. And then politics is a whole different thing. We're going to get money out of politics. We're going to save the country, not a big deal.
And change is important, especially online. The audience changes sometimes, and just the general nature of how people are watching things. How do you refine your show as the years go on, or as the days go on?
So we're super responsive to the audience. Now, you got to walk a line, right? So for example, most of the audience does not agree with me on gun control. I'm very strict on gun control. I think we're mental as a country. Everybody's got guns. Probably somebody in this room has a gun. And
I do right now. Is that okay?
Just whatever you do, don't shoot me.
Pink guns.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but, and then there's being responsive to that.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I'm not going to change my opinion, even if a majority of the audience thinks I should. You have to be principled. You have to do what, say what you believe in. But at the same time, you have to be open to the fact that they might be right. Whether it's just something you got wrong, like I once accidentally said Woodrow Wilson was a Republican when he was a Democrat. Everybody rains down hell on me. I'm like, okay, right, I know he was a Democrat. I slipped, right?
Were you live then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, and then sometimes on content, like we edited a McCain video, or we didn't edit it, a local news had, and they left out an important context. And even though our audience is progressive, they were like, whoa, you did McCain wrong there. And so we'll come back and fix that, and we'll say, you guys were right, thank you so much. They're kind of like an editor at large for us.
And that's another thing is that when you're on TV, people are just like, well, I guess that's the final word. But like on the internet, there's a little bit more of a community, and they talk back. So is that a dangerous thing to be involved in, or does that keep you on your toes?
No, that's phenomenal. Look, is there a downside to comments on the internet?
I mean,
of course,
yeah.
of course.
I couldn't say yes fast enough. I'm sorry.
So yeah, you've got the trolls, and if you listen to any one commenter, you're crazy. But if 80% of the comments agree, they're probably onto something.
Totally.
Sure.
Right? And so we're super responsive to that. And then like the old way is Wolf Blitzer gets on and he's like, I will now do social media. Bob has tweeted in from Nebraska. He says I am full of crap. No. Okay. But they just read the tweet and they move on. Whereas we read tweets all the time, #TYT Live if you watch live. And we respond. We're like, hey, Bob, you're full of crap. Okay, you're not right. Or, oh, damn, that was funny, Bob. Nice job. It's just a real interaction with the audience.
So what would you say is the next frontier in new media? What YouTube is to traditional media now, what is the next YouTube?
I think we're going to start doing videos in half-second increments. No.
Just real quick, real
This
fast.
just in, and then it cuts.
Yep.
Right, like, no, I don't know if we can go any shorter. Like, I can't, honestly, now since we're the grandpas of the internet, like, I can't do stuff in 6 seconds. I don't know. I can't shut up. I can't do it in 6 seconds. So we try to stay on top of it. We got a new Facebook show we just launched, Final Judgment. It's going great, 250,000 views per episode. We're super happy with it. We're trying to stay on top of all those platforms. And sometimes I just think, maybe not. And sometimes I'm wrong. Sometimes it's great for some other show.
Well, Cenk, I want to thank you for coming on.
Thank you
really
so much.
appreciate it. Make sure to check out The Young Turks, or you can check out the new film Mad as Hell. It's going to be here at South by, right?
That's right. It's tonight. Yep.
Okay, it's
2
tonight.
shows.
All right, thank you again for coming.
Thank you so
appreciate
much.
it.
You were
Join
great.
us back after this short break at the PayPal Social Media Lounge, and #PayPal South by Southwest if you have any questions. All right, we'll see you in a bit.
Thanks, guys. Lounge hosted by TechSet. I'm Trisha Hirschberger, and I'm here with Kale Anonymous, and we are coming to you live from South by Southwest 2015, and we are super excited right now. We have the executive producer, the writer-director, and the cast of A&E's new show, Unreal. Let's give them a round of applause.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to raise the roof up here.
I don't know. We're all, you know. That's right.
It's a party.
We're so cool. We're raising the roof, man.
Yeah.
Bring it back. We'll do the Macarena next. We'll get there eventually.
So for those of you that don't know, Unreal is a peek behind the curtain at reality TV. Can you guys tell us a little bit about what, specifically for Sarah, can you tell us a little bit about what inspired you to write this? Are you a huge fan of The Bachelor? Have you done reality TV before?
Yeah, I did work in reality when I was much younger. I had a day job. But actually, Marty and I created the show just very much like a regular television show, but we set it in the world behind the scenes on a reality show. It is a competition, like dating show, like Joe Millionaire, or like one of those crazy things. And the thing that's so rich about it for us is that it's like a fishbowl of people that are all looking for love and kind of like desperate and exhausted and totally flipped out. And so it's just like a really rich world to write from. And then in terms of like what inspired me about it and what I think what we're really passionate about is the princess fantasy and what that does to sort of women and men in the world. And, you know, that hope that like one person can solve all your problems and how crazy it makes all of us.
And for the cast, how much did you tap into that princess fantasy for your role?
Freddie the most.
Freddie was
I really had to, yeah. That's the main thing.
I mean, I think it was just interesting, you know, the story, like each week getting the scripts and seeing what lengths these women would go to sort of get his attention, and the crazy things that we would do to sort of manipulate them to get the show. I mean, every week, every script we thought was just wilder and more interesting.
When we first pitched the season out to Lifetime, you know, we pitched them the whole 10 episodes, and I think I talked for like it felt like 30 hours straight, but
it was about 30 hours. Yeah, we didn't drink water or pee. It was like that was a reality show.
Yeah, and but I kept hitting these moments when I thought they were just going to go, stop, that can't, you know, because we have a couple things that happened during the season that I don't think have been on. No,
television?
Not maybe.
No.
Not
There's
so
a
much
lot
on
of
TV.
things on this show that have never been seen on television before.
That's a good pitch for
But
it.
that's this whole show though is like nothing that I've never seen on television. The entire world.
I would say that each of us and every single actor that is on the show would say that they did things they never thought they would do on television.
For sure.
On
They
this
found
show.
places they didn't even know they had places.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Thank
I
you.
saw things I didn't need to see.
You can't unsee.
So it's super, super scandalous.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, definitely. Now, everybody that I've kind of explained what this show is about, I've been like, oh, you know, it's actually about reality TV, but it's about the crew. They've been like, awesome. I want to see that. And then I go, no, but it's like intense, and it's a little bit more like gritty. They're like, yup, that's exactly what I want. Why do you think that's the reaction? Why do you think people are like totally amped to see that side of things?
I mean, I feel like it's kind of long overdue. We've had this conversation that it just feels like it's been ripe for it. But what the kind of amazing thing is for us is that it's not just that. It's that there are these characters that you like really care about and want to follow through the world. So it's like, yeah, it's cool to peek behind the scenes, but then you like really, can I cuss on this? I don't even know if I can.
You can do whatever
Yeah.
you
Okay. So you actually give a shit about these people and what they're going through. And there's also for the character, she has a struggle that like I think is pretty relatable to most humans, which is how do you grow up and stay true to your morals? And like often you don't. So,
But also, we should say the cast is unbelievable. I mean, you know, the characters are only as good as the people saying. No, it's true. I mean, I'm gonna say, like, we got so lucky when Shiri came in, and of course Constance and Freddie. I mean, we kept saying, you know, oh my God, they actually said yes. But it's, you know, the whole ensemble is amazing. And one of the fun things is if the show continues, you know, there's a cast that stays, like the home cast, and then there's this rotating, you know, next season could be a different.
So every season we'll miss Freddie.
Oh,
we'll miss him a lot.
Are you just telling him this now? He's
Right,
just
yeah,
not
we just
realizing
told
he's
him.
not going to be on the next season?
Freddie, I've been meaning to do this.
I'm not going on the second
we're gonna have a sit-down talk with
At
you
least
later.
I just didn't text him. I think this is at least, you know, we're face to face.
But basically a new batch of hot guys.
A new batch of
That's what I'm saying.
That's awesome.
Right?
So do you guys approach playing characters who are playing characters to some extent in a reality TV show. Do you approach that differently?
We're not really playing the characters. Constance and I are behind the scenes really being our manipulative
we got
selves.
to do that a little bit more. The contestants got to do that. Like I sort of play Adam, but then you play Adam on Everlasting, so it's kind of, you get to play kind of two characters, I guess, which is fun.
Yeah, they definitely get that as him being the suitor and the women being the, what are they called?
Contestants.
The contestants.
Contestants. Thank
The
you.
pretty princess.
You know, they definitely turn stuff on for the camera, and then when the cameras are off, they are something else. Whereas we are always who we are, whether you like it or not. We don't have any other choice.
I feel like Shiri gets to put on a lot of different hats, though, with this one.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm playing the producer that's in charge of all of the contestants, and so I sort of have to manipulate them all.
Right.
And make them think that we're best friends to get them to do what I need, and then I basically just like throw them to the wolves.
Yeah. In just the pilot.
Oh, you don't even know idea.
Yeah,
You have no
nothing.
idea.
That's nothing.
And every script I was like, this is so dark. I'm so excited.
Yeah, there was stuff that we shot that I don't think we ever thought we would be able to shoot, and then it would actually stay on the show as well.
So for the most part, though, everything landed in the actual show.
Oh, I feel like there's probably another
More.
2 episodes of footage that you guys could piece together.
No, there's a lot in there.
There's a lot.
So you guys are talking about how there's pending season 2, there's a flip over into like a different season. Do you guys all have that planned out? Do you have it in
Great
your
question.
We'd love to know the answer to that.
Head? I'm all right.
Marty had a really good pitch for a show earlier.
Oh no, I actually think that next season they should have a alligator versus women format where women wrestle alligators and the one to survive gets to marry anybody on the planet, even if they're already married. You could just be like, Barack, I survived 14 alligators. You're my husband now, and he'd have to be like, for the good of the country.
That's amazing.
I feel like that's a really rich place to write from. So
I do too. I do too. Thank you.
no, but I think, like in all seriousness, I think that the romance thing for us still has a lot of life in it. For sure. Yeah.
Absolutely. I feel like you guys are going to get fans of reality TV in general who, like you said, are just drawn to those characters, as well as the people who want to peek behind the curtain and want to see what it's really about.
It was funny. There was always this tension in the notes and in people reading the scripts where they'd be like, "But what's happening on the show?" And we'd be like, "Well, that is what's happening on the show. Like everything behind the scenes will translate into something on the show." But people would get like, "We're worried about this contestant. Are they going to make it all the way?" And we're like, "Well, we're kind of in control of that."
It's not a reality
It's
show.
not a reality
It's
show.
not a
Yeah.
reality show.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
If you really, really like them, we might be able to have them survive. I don't know. We have to talk to Sarah.
Do you think the show's going to be kind of like just a big reveal for a lot of people that watch reality TV shows? They're going to be like, oh, that's how it is.
Yeah, and I think that it's going to be an eye-opening experience, but I think it is going to become very addicting that you're going to want to watch it, and then watch a reality show after it to see if you can find the holes and
Wait a
put
minute,
them
they
together.
didn't say all those words at the same time.
Right, exactly. Wait, that's what a jump. You're like, that's
Clock
what
is
a
moving
jump
in the
cut
background
is.
at different paces.
Different clothes,
That's right. Yeah.
Constance, I feel like they'll be at home trying to be your character. Like they'll have their own pin board and typing people out and stuff.
That
at home.
scares me.
Yeah, I
that
know.
really scares
It's,
me.
I would love that. I would love my own doll too that just says all curse words and just
all the time.
puts
It's not
up-
your fault that
Maybe
America
it's like
is
a
racist.
dispenser that's a Post-its. It's a Post-it dispenser, but it's a doll and it just posts notes
I
like this.
like the idea that she's going to inspire a nation of women to go into their own homes and say, "You're eliminated."
Right.
I would like a new
Exactly.
family, please.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Does it seem like being on the set of a reality TV show, like how much different is that than being on any other sort of television show?
I would say, having been on both kinds of sets, one thing is that it's just really fast and furious and people don't sleep. So that actually adds a level of crazy that's hard to explain because it's not union for the most part. So literally people don't sleep. So there's really sleep deprived adult people losing their minds, living on Snickers bars, and it gets really intense. And I think, there's it's a rough, raw world. And the competition between producers is very intense too, which is something that we were able to tap into just in terms of there's a competition going on behind the scenes, which is that if all of your girls get cut, you don't have a job anymore. So you basically have racehorses you're betting on. So you want your girls to win. Otherwise, you're cut too. So there's a whole, back room.
And that's actually happening too. That's on a reality TV show.
I don't know what actually happens. Yeah, I mean, again, we wrote
it was our the competition between the two of us.
Yeah, so we just beat each other up a lot.
Yeah.
Too.
Oh, okay.
So the alligator wrestling actually came.
That's how this is going to end, by the way.
I did actually, I did a season of Project Greenlight, the Shia LaBeouf movie.
Very cool.
That season, and it was really, really a really weird, crazy environment. Like I went over to ask a director a question, and I had like 6 cameras swarming all around me, and I was like, I'm not going to ask this. I am just going to let the camera roll and figure it out on my own, because it makes you feel an intense amount of pressure and scrutiny, and it makes you act in a way that's not yourself.
Now, do you guys fear any backlash from reality TV as an industry for unveiling all this?
No, I think we'll draw more audiences to their shows. They'll be really happy that we're on air.
Yeah.
Good answer.
That's right.
Yeah, they
I'm
aren't
going to
even
produce
thanking
this.
you.
We're not really, I don't think we're
interview.
thinking about that, quite honestly. We just hope people watch our show and become obsessed with it so we can make it for a really long time.
Are you a fan? Are you?
That's right.
Yeah, there you go.
That's all we want. It's just
Sorry,
national
haters.
obsession.
Yeah.
I don't care what you think.
The other thing is, like, I think everyone knows reality TV is fake. It's just that nobody really knows the specifics. And that was a conversation we even had going into it. We're like, is this just like a given now? And it's like, no. I think that, and again, it's not an expose. We're not revealing stuff. It's a TV show about people. But I think getting into that world in a more specific way is still like worthwhile and interesting. And
I don't know what kind of answer I'm hoping from this, but are any of you fighting the alligators? Are any of you actually fans of a reality TV show before or after? Like maybe you gained some respect?
I'm like a huge Project Runway junkie in like a very uncomfortable way.
Okay, Shiri.
Shiri made her dress that she's wearing.
We're not kidding.
Really?
No way!
Yes.
Can you stand up and show it off a little bit?
in like a limited amount of time.
Yeah.
Woohoo.
I want to see
She
it.
made her
It's
dress.
so beautiful.
So see, there are reality shows that can do good.
I'm just saying,
Wait,
I
so that
watch
inspired you to?
Oh yeah, I take classes at Mood. And I'm like, thanks, Mood. Got my fabric. And yeah, coming here, I was like sewing until 2 o'clock in the morning to finish my dress. And I'm obsessed with Project Runway. It's so creative.
Yeah, I know people like Face Off. Like
Yeah.
people get really into.
I don't want
doing
to
that
change
stuff.
my face for
Yeah,
anything,
no.
but
I'm
yeah.
actually not. I don't
I
look
think
like this.
some reality is really interesting. I think Top Chef is interesting. It can teach people how to cook. I mean, Project Runway definitely made me interested in how I could put my own clothes together. I think there's a lot of positive things that can come from it.
Yeah,
depending on what
Amazing
chef.
Race. I mean, I've seen places and learned about cultures
And
of
Real
different
Housewives
countries.
taught me how to take off my prosthetic leg.
I
and
think
beat
there
people
you
with
go.
it. So that was that was good.
You're just my favorite.
It's
You
so
are my favorite,
It's so
absolutely.
clear that I'm just here to play, right? I'm just like.
You just
Right,
want
but we do have a
violence and
screening
alligators.
today. We do have Unreal.
screened
Yeah,
today.
Yeah,
so-
it's premiering today.
Today,
At
for the very first
3:30.
audience ever at 3:30.
At 3:30, it's the world premiere of the show.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
because
awesome! Yeah.
It's
Some people
today
already
at
excited for
3:30.
that.
Everybody
Settle
in this
down, settle
room,
down.
get off your computers and go to
And I
our
would say
screen.
really.
No, stay in the PayPal
Oh, sorry,
social
sorry,
media lounge.
sorry,
That's my
sorry,
contact.
sorry.
No, but I would say this really. I've worked on I don't know a lot of TV shows, and I'm fortunate that I'm as old as the trees. I'm so proud, and I think we all are, of how this turned out, and I think it's really going to be unexpected too. I think we are definitely a departure in programming for the network, and they're really excited and supportive. This all sounds like biz speak, but it's true. Like I think if people go see it, they'll be really happily
It's very
surprised.
true.
Again,
Phil
we were
and I
both
both got a
pleasantly
chance to
surprised,
see the
yeah.
pilot, and we're both hooked already.
Yeah, I love it.
Congratulations, guys.
What about anybody at home? When are they going to get a chance to check it out?
Oh, we can
June
announce
1st.
June 1st.
June 1st
yeah.
on Lifetime.
Yeah,
Awesome.
Mondays at 10.
Get ready to.
Very cool.
Get ready to. Get ready to rumble.
Well, that's all right. It works. It builds the hype, right? Okay, so speaking of hype, we've got tons of great guests coming to the PayPal Social Media Lounge later today. Make sure that you stick around both online and here in the lounge itself and join in on the conversation using the hashtag PayPal SXSW. Thank you guys for watching. Woohoo!
All right.
everyone, again, and welcome back to the PayPal Social Media Lounge hosted by TechSet. I'm Trisha Hirschberger, joined by Kale Anonymous, and we are here coming to you live from South by Southwest 2015. And we are super excited. We've got Jeremy Gutsche up on stage right now. Let's give him a round of applause.
This is going to be
like that kind of enthusiasm. Thanks.
This
guys.
interview is going to be better and faster.
Better and faster.
You might say.
Absolutely.
So I love that. I love that segue. So with that being said, Jeremy, tell us a little bit about Better and Faster.
Sure. Well, Better and Faster is my second book, and it's all about making you better at adapting to change and faster at finding new ideas. And basically about 5 years ago, I wrote a book called Exploiting Chaos, which was all about how chaos and change people get afraid of, but they create lots of opportunity if you know where to look. And on the side, I've been growing TrendHunter.com up to about 50 million views a month. But we are doing nothing but helping people find better ideas faster. So here's the book about it now to kind of give you a shortcut to your next breakthrough.
So what kind of things are you hoping to, like, what with the South by Southwest audience specifically, how are you hoping you can help them?
Sure. So South by fits right in our sweet spot. We help a lot of entrepreneurs, and what I'm going to be getting into would be, how do I get you to your big idea faster? And the most fascinating thing to me and from our work is that your breakthrough, your big idea, it's actually so much closer than you actually think, but there are mental traps that block you from seeing your success. And if you look back in time, you'll see Kodak invented the digital camera in 1975. Blockbuster Video had 3 chances to buy Netflix for $50 million, but they didn't. Smith Corona invented grammar checkers, spell checkers, the laptop word processor. They spent a year selling computers and decided, no, let's focus on what we're really good at. Let's be the best typewriter company in the world. And they still are today.
They're the best.
But the idea then, first of all, is that if you could understand your wiring a little bit more and realize that after 10,000 years of evolution as farmers, there are things that hold you back. Once you understand that, you can be better at finding what ideas might be so close within your grasp. And this book first gets you over those traps, but then gives you 6 of the patterns that we've seen that can get you to your big idea faster.
I have a very specific question. There seems to be this pretty big explosion of meerkat here.
Meerkat everywhere.
Meerkat is everywhere. Well, what do you think about that as a trend, of that sort of like live streaming type thing?
Well, I'll tell you how we think about innovation in a way that kind of answers that. Whenever there is a great big innovation, call it Twitter or Facebook, whatever it might be, people often study it and try and think of an idea that's just like it or whatever. So Google wants to take on Facebook, but it's too late.
Right.
But if you thought of innovation like a splash in water, that splash creates ripples of opportunity. So what'll help you get to Meerkat is think about even in 2007. Facebook has 50 million users. It's already too big for Google to take on. But if you thought of the splash, what was Facebook back then? It was a site for friends to archive there every day. And what's the opposite of that? Well, what's a site not just for friends? A little bit later is Twitter. What if I don't want a permanent archive of my party photos? Well, half a decade later, there was Snapchat. $4 billion. And if people are sharing there every day, well, now my Facebook feed is just ruining the art of photography with people's mobile cam photos of everything. What brings the art back? Well, that is Instagram, $1 billion.
Yeah.
That's just one pattern, which is divergence, doing the opposite of the mainstream. And we study about 6 patterns in a lot of detail to help people find their next idea.
That's fascinating. So would you say to find the next big thing, look at the problems that are out in technology?
Look at the problems, the
today.
big innovations, and then we have a series of 6 frameworks that can help you think of how to look at them. Because each big thing, whether it's Meerkat or something awesome that PayPal's created, creates a series of other opportunities that people can leverage.
There's one you didn't touch on, which is Tinder. How do you feel about Tinder?
Well, actually, in the book, it's funny. We break into about 20 or 30 different types of dating sites, from Tinder to beautifulpeople.com, and how you can actually explain them by seeing what was already out there and the fact that people are actually looking for something right for them, something specific for their own needs.
Yeah, I guess you could kind of see it as the evolution of hotornot.com. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Yeah, it brings in a little bit of gamification. You're swiping left, swiping right, but at the same time, you're wondering if someone else out there is swiping for you. And there was another use of Tinder. Someone was playing it as a bot while down here at South by Southwest, and everyone thought they were getting a match of a very attractive woman, but wait, it was a marketing ploy. South by Southwest, you win again.
I guess my date later is canceled. That's
South
all
by
right.
Southwest prank
Your date's going to
videos.
be an app, and it's going to be all awkward.
Kind of sexy. I don't know. So when you're discovering these trends and doing research, do you actually go all the way into them? So like for Tinder, would you go on a Tinder date to kind of see how that kind of works out?
Well, we would study stuff like this, but at TrendHunter, the way TrendHunter.com works is that it's a place where anyone from around the world can share business ideas. And I started it, launched it around South by Southwest 2007, looking for my own entrepreneurial idea. But so many others were looking for their concept that pretty soon there were 150,000 of us hunting and 50 million views a month. And what we're actually trying to do in the back end is use it as research and figure out what do people prefer within dating or technology or fashion or whatever it might be. And on the back side, we work with brands like Samsung or Mattel to try and help them find what's next.
So you're speaking at the innovation keynote tomorrow for South by Southwest. Can you give everybody a little bit of a teaser or a preview?
Or just do the whole keynote
like?
right now.
The whole keynote. Well, tomorrow I'm going to make you better and faster, better at adapting to change, faster at finding your new idea.
Okay.
Boom.
Given that your whole focus is innovation, and that's really what you do, what would you say is the most innovative thing you've seen at South by Southwest, or you're excited to see at South by Southwest?
Well, even before coming here, I was lured in by the concept of a robot petting zoo. It was like, what? Drones,
Yes.
robots, artificial intelligence. So
yeah.
that's in the JW
Robot
Marriott,
petting
so we
zoo?
checked that out.
What is that?
It consisted of a lot of drones and your future robot friends. Your friend, your robot friend, is out there waiting for you right now.
And
Sat
what
in
do
a
you
zoo.
do with?
You just go up and experiment with the technology. And actually this year we've been having a lot of fun with drones or virtual reality. So I think it's neat to actually see the displays coming to life here at South by where you can actually play with this stuff.
So is there anything besides that you're actually looking forward to checking out?
Well, for me, going to see all the different speakers and checking all the different food trucks and just the entire experience of South by is, I think, what makes it so much different than any other event. So my answer to that question is too long for me to break down for you.
So you just do the keynote now.
The whole thing.
Absolutely.
Excellent. Well, we're really excited to see the keynote. Thank you so much for joining us up on here on stage. Thank you guys for joining us at home at the PayPal Social Media Lounge hosted by TechSet. Please stay tuned. We've got more fun guests coming up on stage. And thank you once again to Jeremy Gutsche. And we can't wait to see the keynote tomorrow.
All right. Thank you very much.
Better and faster.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the PayPal Social Media Lounge, hosted by TechSet. My name is Kale Anonymous.
And I'm Trisha Hirschberger. Thank you.
You're still Trisha Hirschberger?
I'm still Trisha.
Okay.
You're still Kale Anonymous, right? Just checking.
Yeah, we'll see. It's a long day.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Great banter. Nicely done for both of us. We're good.
Thanks.
All right. Anyway, we're going to get right to the guests. You don't have to hear us anymore. We have a very special guest about to drop some brand new music where you're actually going to be able to hear on the Samsung stage. But those guys are terrible. I'm just kidding. We love those.
That's the second Samsung joke we've made today. We love them.
No, they're our partners over there. So anyway, our very special guest is Tahj Mowry. How you doing?
Hi, how are you?
Welcome
Thanks
to
for
the
having
stage,
me,
man.
guys. Thank you.
Just got into town, right?
I just got into town late last night.
And first
straight
time?
from New York.
Yeah,
Straight here,
all right,
yeah.
all right.
I'm jet setting.
So you have a new single coming out. Oh, it's already out. It's
Yeah,
already
I
out
have
March 3rd, right?
Yeah, I have two free tracks that I gave away for free just to sort of get people in the zone and ready for what my sound is because it's very unique and eclectic. But my official single drops April 28th, so I'm really excited.
Oh, nice.
About that.
Awesome.
But I'm performing that song at the Samsung
Which one is
Lounge.
that?
It's called Flirt.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're not gonna play Dance Alone.
I am. I'm gonna play three songs.
Both.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm gonna do
all right,
Bossy,
all right.
Dancing
So
Alone,
the
and
third
Flirt.
song is gonna be the first time that
Yeah.
anyone's ever heard that
Yeah,
song.
so
Okay,
I'm really
cool.
stoked. Yeah.
Which one do you think I'm sure you're excited about all of them, but which
Yeah.
one are you the most excited to?
I'm excited about all of them. I'm playing like the beat pad, and that's fun anyway. So
Nice.
my producer's on the drum pads, and it's gonna be like a different way of hearing it. So I'm
So
really excited.
people know you from all over the entertainment industry, but you've always been passionate about music, right?
Right. Yeah. I've been acting my entire life, and sort of am going into this new venture of music this year. And I started working on the project last year, and went in the studio and wrote. And got down and dirty and late nights, and yeah, I'm ready to release some stuff, man. I'm excited to be here. I've never been here.
Exciting. So, are you looking forward to seeing anybody? Did you do any research about South by before you got here?
I want to see. There's so many people here. I can't even begin to even say Sam Hunt's here. I mean, I love country music. I can't wait. I'm excited.
You're into country music as well?
Yeah, I love music, man.
So who would be your musical influences that you drew from for these songs?
For the Lenny Kravitz, Prince, Michael Jackson, James Blake, Sam Sparrow. Yeah. Very funky.
Is
very
that a
funky
sound people can expect to hear?
Yeah. It's a very funky, alternative type sound. There's a little electronic undertones to it as well. I call it future funk. So it's like a futuristic.
I like that.
Yeah, it's a futuristic.
That's kind of like what Daft Punk would be as
yeah,
well.
Yeah, their
okay,
last
cool.
album was really funky, kind of futuristic like that.
So also kind of like that Bruno Mars then too.
A little bit.
Right?
There's a little bit.
All right.
I'm not saying it's like right on. It's a blend of genres,
With it being a blend, then is there anybody that you want to collaborate with in the future that would work well with your sound?
Yeah, people like Janelle Monáe, Miguel. I'd love to work with Bruno. Really want to work with Lenny Kravitz one day. I think that'd be awesome, and Prince too.
Cool.
So yeah,
that would be cool.
Yeah.
And now you have some stuff up and coming with the Grammy Museum in LA, correct? And for those of you who do not know, that's a music education museum. What are you doing with the Grammy Museum?
Yeah, well, for Grammy Week, I actually opened up Grammy Week and performed at the Grammy Museum it's a great organization. They help inner city kids, and the kids come and they learn about music, and there's a really cool vault of Michael Jackson's outfits he wore. You know what I mean? It's just like really, really cool. And I'm doing something for the Girl Scouts, so hopefully I get some Girl Scout cookies.
I think they could at least
yeah,
do that
I should
for
get
you.
maybe like a couple boxes, right? Yeah.
Are you allowed to talk about that at all? What you're doing with the Girl Scouts?
Yeah. I'm performing a couple songs for them, and they're gonna come to the museum and in the Clive Davis Theater, and it's really awesome. They're gonna sit and I get to talk to them and teach them about how I started in music, and yeah, it's gonna be great.
So, like we were saying, you've been in the industry for quite some time. I mean, I think some of us know you from Smart Guy, Kim Possible. Oh,
Yeah.
did we get
Wow.
clapping
Okay.
for that?
Yeah, Smart
All
Guy.
right, all right. No, I was a fan. I watched it too.
I'm blushing now.
So
I'm
how do you?
blushing now. She's like, yeah.
Do you get a lot of fans that make the crossover from both of those?
Actually, it's funny because I'm getting like a lot of younger fans are starting to watch Full House again now. So like I get like these really young kids like freaking out that they like it's Teddy but he's older. You know what I mean? Like, and they get a little confused. Yeah, but yeah, it's always fun to have fans. I have a lot of fans that grew up with me, so they feel like they know me, and you know they come up to me in the streets, and it's like family. You know.
Do you think those fans are surprised by the fact that you're doing music now?
Yeah, I think a lot of people are. I kind of kept it under wraps for a while, just because I was so busy with everything, and I'm doing a show called Baby Daddy also, so I don't have a lot of time to do music, but I made time, and yeah, I think people are a little surprised, but I'm excited for them to hear it.
Yeah, South by is a really important one for musicians. Musicians want to come to South by. Is there any other events or like is there any touring music that you want to be a part of?
Oh my gosh, I just want to perform for as many people as possible. Like performing is in my heart, it's in my blood, and I want to be able to showcase my music and see who can relate to it, you know, and sing along with me.
So after these 3 singles, what's next for you when it comes to music?
Flirt comes out April 28th, and then in the summer, my EP is going to come out, and then the album shortly after that. So,
awesome.
Yeah, I'm
awesome.
excited.
Okay, so if you want to hear that song,
just go to my
Dance Alone.
website, tajmowryofficial.com. It's on SoundCloud.
Yeah.
I love
like
this
that
room.
was 2 or 3 people.
Yeah, just go to that. All the updates are on that, and you'll be able to find Flirt when it comes out.
And if you want to hear them right now, they're going to be on the Samsung stage.
You can come
if you're
listen
going
to
go
me there
watch
if you
that,
want.
you can go watch that.
If you want to get funky with me for a little bit, you can come over there.
So yeah, you can check that out, but then you come right back here.
There you go.
Okay?
Come
All
right back to the PayPal Social Media Lounge.
Yeah, again, and thank you for joining us on the PayPal Social Media Lounge. We'll be back with some great guests. Hashtag PayPal South by Southwest. If you have any questions for the artists, so we'll be right back.
See you soon. everybody. This is the PayPal Social Media Lounge hosted by TechSet. I'm Trisha Hirschberger, joined by Kale Anonymous. We're coming to you live from South by Southwest 2015.
How is everybody doing out there?
How's everybody doing here in the lounge?
Yeah, type harder if you're listening.
Woo woo!
Cool. Also, thanks to anybody watching at home. We really appreciate that. We've been checking out some of your questions.
Yeah.
Hopefully, if you have any more right now, hashtag PayPal South by Southwest. For the writers of Crack.com, which we all know. We're going to go into that a little bit.
Yeah, we've got some really talented comedy writers for Crack.com, as Kale said, and also cast and director of After Hours. If you've been checking out that show, let's give him a round of applause.
Welcome.
All right.
Welcome.
Thank you.
We'll double that up in post. Don't push yourself. It's fine.
It's kind of calming. All the keystrokes just sound like raindrops. Like we're doing this performance for a storm.
That's their clapping by typing harder, like Kale said.
Yes, I love these guys. All right, so go ahead.
Guys, obviously there's a script for After Hours, but I'm curious, after having watched, how much of that is improv in the moment?
Yeah, it's always really funny to us, actually. Every time we publish an episode, we get a lot of people who ask, is this scripted or not? And there's just no fathomable way any of us are smart or clever enough that we could have a conversation like that. What you see in the episode is basically, it is a legitimate conversation that we had over maybe 4 hours.
Okay.
And then someone condensed into 5 minutes because 3 hours and 55 minutes of it was bullshit.
So someone break down exactly what After Hours is. Hold on. Abe.
Yeah, so basically...
No whammy, no whammy.
No, yeah, so basically, first off, I want to say, though, there is one part of After Hours that is improv, which is always when we cut to black, the button itself is always just usually the guys and, you know, Katie just riff on something. So that is almost exclusively, I'd say maybe 1 out of 8 times there's a scripted ending, but once you cut to black and whatever you hear there, that is improv.
Oh, all right.
But yeah, the workflow of After Hours is usually starts with, there's usually a meeting that we have that's pitches. That's usually called by the main writers, which is, actually, Katie just had her first episode, right? Katie Willard just had her first written one, which is cool, directed by Adam Ganzer.
It's about friends.
It's about friends, because that came on Netflix recently. But usually it's Dan, Jack O'Brien, editor-in-chief, Soren, Michael, Cody, and that's usually it. And they usually come with a pitch. They say, I have an idea for something about The Simpsons. I have an idea of that. And then usually we send out the rough cuts or the rough drafts, and they will write them. There's a note cycle, and we get all in a big room and have that, basically that after-hours discussion, and everyone just kind of throws it in there. And then we have a meeting where we discuss animation and all of the ideas that can happen in this area of their shot. And then once that happens, usually they do a performance we rehearse on the day many times, and we take it away. That's how one comes together.
And then we throw it out and we improvise the whole thing. To answer your original question.
Yeah. So, you know, this is to kind of break it down, this is something that I feel like we've all been in this situation. We're talking with our friends about movies, and we kind of just like break it down to its core and be like, wait a minute, I like this movie, but this is wrong and whatnot. So to give kind of the people the flavor of what After Hours is kind of like, we kind of have a game, and we already have a question, and I gave you guys some time to think about it, right?
I was going to
Don't tell them that. It makes it seem a lot like we're smarter.
So I want you to act surprised when I ask this question,
When
all right?
Kale says sometime, by the way, he means like 90 seconds or less. So it's
Thank
not
you,
like they
Trisha.
had hours to figure this out.
It wasn't like last year at South by asked
Right.
them the question. They're now coming back with the answer. Okay, so here it is. So this is basically a little taste of After Hours, but on stage version, all right? So, what movies whose primary conflict would have been solved instantly with modern technology? So, I know you're acting surprised. Great.
Flabbergasted.
So what? There's a problem in the movie.
Non-actor, so
There's
you
a
know that can't be fake.
Yeah. So there's a problem in the movie, but it could have been solved if they had just used cell phones or Facebook or something like that.
Yeah.
Let's go down the line. Why don't
Yeah,
we?
start
us off.
Can it be weapons?
Weapons?
Modern
Modern
weapons?
technology?
As long as it's modern technology, I would
Yeah,
say
I
it's
guess
fair
so.
game for the question.
All right.
Just Voldemort with a gun? Is it?
Voldemort with a gun.
Don't be taking my ideas, Soren.
We've covered
the guy who lived.
Well, yeah,
Magic is stronger.
A child, it's a little baby.
Yeah.
You don't have
She's
to
right.
cast a
Hey.
spell on it.
Magic is
She
stronger.
stepped up. She's a real nerd. You cannot.
Really strong, because we've had this argument on After Hours
here.
before. Is it stronger than the fact that we can launch nukes from space?
Avada Kedavra.
Boom.
But at what? The satellite that's tracking him? I don't buy that.
Yeah. Also, when he's killing a child. He's already killed the parents. He's using magic to kill the baby at a certain point, and instead somehow it's reversed and it's gone back on Voldemort. But
Because he's protected with the mother's love.
right for magic, but not from a Glock.
Well, okay.
That would kill a baby
Sorry,
faster. It's true.
that wasn't even going to be mine.
All right, so what is yours, Soren?
I would say Cinderella would be pretty easy to solve if you
Not
had
an old
modern
movie.
technology.
That just came out. You can't use that.
That's okay. I'm interested to hear this answer.
Yeah, all right.
We all know how the story goes. She runs out of time while she's at the ball, having a great time. Runs out of time and then has to leave. And the only thing she can leave is this glass slipper. But the first thing you do on a date, even maybe before the date, is you exchange numbers. You know who the other person is already. It's real easy to just go through and be like, oh, I forgot your name. What was it again? Oh, I have your shoe. You got to come back.
Or you would have checked her Instagram and seen, like, look at all the Instagram, and
Yeah.
you take a picture of you.
Right.
Ruby, do a go, what is it, glass slipper?
Yeah,
You
glass
get
slipper.
the glass
Yeah.
slipper and the
You know
dress
what
from your
else?
fairy
Yeah.
godmother. Selfie.
Oh, definitely.
It would even be fairly easy to just friend of a friend through the Facebook network, find pictures of every vantage point of the party and go, oh, her. She's tagged as, okay, I found her.
Right. How big could that kingdom possibly
Send the carriage. Actually, send an Uber.
Send an Uber. They would know. They would just take photos of it, and someone who's a social media whore would just basically go send it to everyone, kind of like how the dress happened. You know,
Yeah.
just like, whoa, what's
signal
this?
boost.
Oh,
yeah, great.
Let's all
Oh,
hear
it's like
this.
losing a dog. Everyone just
Hashtag
wants
the
to help
slipper.
Are these slippers slippers? Like, what are they?
All right, what's yours?
Well, as proof that we didn't have a lot of time to think about it, I thought South by Southwest, North by Northwest, done. So I'm going to go with the Hitchcock movie North by Northwest.
Okay.
Which is based on, and a lot of movies, it just made me realize there's sort of a genre of thriller that kind of is dead now, which is the case of mistaken identity. Oh my God, the whole government, like enemy of the state even.
Oh, yeah.
The whole government thinks you're a guy that you're not, just by some random typo that some desk jockey made, and now you're in trouble forever. And I just can't imagine that movie going more than 10 minutes without him going like, no. Okay, look at my Facebook profile. Look at all my profiles. Look, I did a Yelp review yesterday. I'm clearly this guy. Like, because now you have a whole history of everything you've been doing. I just think it's ironic that we live in an era where your identity can be usurped more easily than ever, but not if you're sitting in a room with government guys with guns. I feel like it's really easy to prove that you're not the person they're looking for, unless it's your twin brother. Because there's just we have so many identifiers now.
I'm not sure, though, because the citizen journalism, the way that it is, there are people who get isolated for crimes that they didn't commit, and those people's lives are over for a period of time.
True.
Boom.
All right, there you go.
Well, fine, then a Glock. He'd have a Glock.
Yeah.
And shoot
Just
his
a
way
gun,
out.
shoot everyone. That would end everything.
I didn't know we were shooting down each other's points. Is
Yeah,
that
no, I was-
okay?
Oh, that's
good.
happening.
Well,
Yeah.
great.
Turned into an
happening.
official fight now.
Yeah. All right.
I got one, and it's also cell phones, just because I think communication is the one thing that a lot of movies try to write out. And I'm going to choose Back to the Future, but because I feel it would be a cop-out to bring cell phones into the past segments, to take the present day Marty McFly, if he had a cell phone, and since he's friends with Doc, had a cell phone in the moment when the Libyans were coming, he could quickly come back from the future, or come back from the past, go, hey Doc, there's a bunch of guys about to shoot you with a machine gun, so go away, go somewhere else.
Do something
Yeah, but
different.
how would he would call himself from the same cell phone number?
No, he would have, because this is in
called Doc.
the modern time.
Right.
So when he gets back,
Yes.
he would, instead of watching Doc be shot, he could immediately call Doc's cell phone.
Oh, he called Doc's cell phone.
Yes.
Okay.
And tell
All
Doc
right.
to just
And
run,
warn
get out
him.
of there, go, don't be shot.
So
Man,
then he
what
would
do you
go.
what do you think the roaming charges are through time? That's got to be crazy. Remember to flip that off.
Trying to get a signal in
It
1982.
wouldn't work because the satellites would not be there.
Hopefully Trish has one, but mine is. Do you have one?
ahead.
Hold on.
Yeah.
But my go-to is Up in the Air. So that one, he at the end, the reveal is that she's married. And so simply, if he had been like, I met this wonderful girl, I'm going to add her on Facebook, marital status, all right, whatever, close browser, go on plane. So that one is my go-to. Trisha.
Oh, I was going to go with The Shining. If they had any kind of internet connection or Wi-Fi there, they could have contacted anyone and just said, hey, we need some help at the Overlook. Please come by.
That's a
would've
really
been
good
great.
point.
That's. I wonder what the
like
Wi-Fi
Wi-Fi.
password to that hotel would be. Though.
Probably
Red
murder
rum,
your
red rum,
family.
too.
Yeah,
Red
murder
rum,
your
yeah.
family.
So what is it like working at Cracked? I mean, it seems like it's a lot of fun. You guys are up here just kind of like
It's a
being
blast.
buddies and whatnot. Is this a normal day for you?
Yeah, usually in the office, actually, hardly anybody's there. We usually, because we work late at night, we shoot these after hours. We shoot 3 at a time, and we shoot them from about 6 at night till 5 in the morning. So,
Wow.
And
That's when the diner is closed.
right.
We aren't yet big enough to bump people who want to eat a hamburger. We wait for them.
So we
That's very
we
kind
shoot
of
a
you.
lot
watch
on
them.
weekends. We shoot at night, and when we write, it's not. We're in an office that's very much like a new age office where there are no cubicles and everybody's sitting next to each
A
other.
lot of
which
crystals.
in theory is great, but if you kind of need your own space in which to write. So people will just write from home. And we all work kind of odd hours. So generally in the office, if we're all there, it's a lot like this. But if you were to just stop by and be like, I'm going to see the Cracked offices and come in there, you'd be horribly unimpressed.
There's not like zebras running around or nothing. It's just
There's,
normal.
there's a
everyday office.
hilarious fallout though, because we still have to interact on a daily basis, so it all turns into emails. And one of the hilarious fallouts of, I guess, working with any group of comedians is I love witnessing our email chains, because like someone will have an idea of a pitch or something, and then 30 later, because they're all comedians and it's an insufferable like dick comparing contest,
just
of
riffs.
who can
Yeah.
make a joke, and then they keep making jokes, and then they break the jokes, and it comes back. It's just
Yeah,
Nothing
that
gets done. It leaves
actually
the rails so fast.
reminds me of something. One of my favorite parts about After Hours that I don't think a lot of people know is that because we're all insufferable, the scripts across the pages, after you've done a show enough episodes, no longer matter. We know we're going to be sitting there. We know where the camera's going to be. So we end up writing stuff like Interior, Starship Enterprise, Hot Night in the Cool City.
Awesome.
4 friends are older than they've ever been, but just now realize it. Begin episode.
I think Dan wrote one recently that was like Interior like Blood Hive, and then it said all 4 of them are naked. No one mentions this.
Awesome. Have any of the after hours filming escapades launched into a legitimate movie argument?
Ooh, well, we just shot one I wrote called The Matrix Was Secretly Interesting. And we had a lot of argument about whether anyone anymore even cares about anything about the Matrix, no matter how interesting the point is. So we pulled out what I think are very, very interesting facts, and then at the last second we decided, you know what? We can squeeze in a fact that compares it to The Simpsons. People still care about The Simpsons. Done. Green lit.
We know what our thumbnail will be on the
thumbnail
site.
will be Neo and Homer, so we're good.
I'd click on that for sure.
I'm glad, because I have to say,
I want to see what's up.
it ended up making me a super nerd with all the lingo, like the intense lingo, and I would try to explain in the room, like, well, I think it's going to go this direction. And I just got, especially Dan O'Brien, who only saw the first one and then skipped the last 2, staring at me like, I am a nerd, but I don't know what you just said. The marrow
Michael,
what now?
Yeah, Michael really went down the rabbit hole with Matrix because so much of his point.
Trinity
hinges,
invited me.
So much of his point depends on revolutions and whatever that middle one was
Still
called.
canon.
It's already reloaded.
Yeah, and so
Sorry.
and so it's all about the Merovingian and
That's
everything.
one.
And,
He's gonna watch it. That's one.
but it's
I'm watching it right now.
it's
Actually,
really tough. It's really dense if you're not already well invested in the Matrix, because you have to remember who all these characters are that you forgot. I mean, I guarantee the only people you remember from Reloaded are probably those white twins with the dreadlocks.
Oh yeah.
And maybe that woman who came in the restaurant.
I don't think she had a name. I think that's actually what she is.
She's credited as Coming Woman, I think.
So you are also writers. I'm trying to change the subject. Kill her.
That's what before they told us we could say whatever we want,
Yeah.
but you can't.
No.
It's fucking great.
There's birds outside. But anyways, you're also writers for the website too, correct? Is there any article you guys are particularly proud of that you wrote?
Yeah, definitely. Every year on my birthday's right near July 4th, so we're supposed to have that time off, but I used to have a weekly column, and I'd have to publish right around that time, and so the way that I figured it out was I could play a drinking game with my column, where I'd write about some subject that I knew I wouldn't walk away from drunk, and anytime I had to do any research, I would take a shot. So the column just sort of falls off the rails as it goes. Like the first one that I did was the 5 best kinds of monkeys, just to keep it as simple as possible. But it really devolves down into like koalas after a little
and
while.
lately you've been doing activities where you actually
Yeah.
go out. You don't just muse. Like you went bird watching.
This last
most
one I went
recently.
in the LA
How's
River.
your wife enjoy that?
I went bird watching. My wife took me because I couldn't drive if I was going to be drinking there.
course.
And we went bird watching in the LA River and got in a really disastrous fight. And so that's pretty much what the column is about.
Oh, all
Yeah.
right. Well, I'm glad your job is working out so well.
Do you tell your audience ahead of time that that's what you're going to do, or it's just a surprise?
No, in the introduction, I explain kind of what the game is, and then anytime it's always denoted with an asterisk if I have to do any research.
I think what would actually be a surprise to people is that you describing the fight with your wife in the column is true. I think people would be surprised to know that that was actually happening.
Yeah. All right, so real quick,
Yes,
what's the one that you're
real
proud
quick. My favorite one that I would love to get more eyes on is called My Brief Time as Dan O'Brien and Others. It's a choose-your-own-adventure story I wrote where I mimicked every other writer's on the site's style of writing.
Love it.
And that was a lot of
Very
fun.
meta.
Love it.
And I don't write for the site because I'm full video, but I do
Okay.
want to take this moment to shortly pitch the thing I'm most proud of is actually yet to come out. It's premiering at the South by Southwest Innovation of Interactive Awards. It's
Awesome.
called Internet High School, and it is a single shot that has 33 characters involved. It's a Steadicam shot about a high school where everyone is a different website, and it's going to premiere here, and then on March 23rd, make sure to go to crack.com and on YouTube as well.
It's the Birdman of sketches.
It's the Birdman of sketch, yeah.
Well, that's
I'll
the
take
sound.
that.
That's the
I'll
sound.
take
All
that.
right,
A
cool.
lot of
Good
drums
hit.
in the soundtrack.
Hope you
yeah.
enjoy it.
So everybody make sure that you head on over to crack.com, check out their work, check out After Hours. It's a great time. And make sure that you stay tuned here to the PayPal Social Media Lounge for all the great stuff we've got coming up next. And tweet us using hashtag PayPalSXSW. We'll see you soon.
All right, see ya.
Thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone at home and in the PayPal social media lounge hosted by TechSet. How's everyone doing it in here?
Yeah.
That guy tweeted. I saw it. That wasn't
Awesome.
a clap.
Did he tweet hashtag PayPal SXSW? Please?
Yes, he did. Okay.
Okay, perfect.
All right, he did.
Just making sure.
I'm Kill Anonymous.
I'm Trisha Hirschberger. And if you guys at home want to join in on the conversation, you can also tweet using the hashtag PayPal SXSW.
I'm very excited about this next one. I think we both have been
We're
very
both super excited about this
one.
interview.
Because as far as South by is concerned, it's all about creating something and then starting a conversation.
Right.
And I think this one started a conversation that lasted quite a while. I like how I'm not saying anything. I'm just psyching it up. But
yeah, it's
it
all
lasted
hype.
quite a while between you and me, so we've been really excited to talk about our next guest. So without further ado, I want to bring on Ondi Timoner.
Come on up here.
Come on up stage.
All right.
Can clap, thank you.
Yay!
Thank you very
for
much.
the few
Thank
people
you.
left in the PayPal social media lounge.
Yeah, you guys are about to get
All
hot
right.
dogs. Yeah, they're trying to work over here, and I don't know.
They're
Maybe they'll
trying. They're
wake up.
trying to work
It's
and
okay.
taking a small time out.
Well,
every
we
now and
kind of
then
ran out of
between.
coffee, so no. I
Yeah.
know I saw you try to get
Cups.
some coffee. We
I
ran out
had
of
a
cups
cup.
too.
That was the problem.
Oh, okay.
You guys are fine on
Out of
coffee.
cups as well. You just go right in your mouth. So, like I said, we were very anxious to talk to you about this film. We got a chance to go to the premiere. Now, you're actually here promoting quite a few things. You're very busy.
You're super busy this South by.
Yes, I usually am. This festival has a way of keeping me very busy because my three favorite things are here: film, tech, and music. So, and sometimes I have all three going on in the same festival. So last year I had a short with Shepard Fairey called Obey the Artist, but I'm filming at TotalDisruption.com.
Right.
Just came from filming a 15-year-old kid, Shiva, who invented a prosthetic hand that is Bluetooth controlled with moving your eyes, and now brain.
Awesome.
15. Well, he just turned 16.
Awesome.
For that network.
So that's your
I'm
dip
in-
into
and,
the
and
tech.
then I have a talk show for documentaries called BYOD, Bring Your Own Doc. And so all the great documentary filmmakers are here. So we did 6 of those in the last couple days. But I do have a short film here.
Right.
About a tech incubator inside San Quentin Prison. It's an absolutely incredible program, and some of the members of that program are some of the most inspirational people I've ever met. People were crying at the premiere of that. It's called The Last Mile. And then, of course, Brand: A Second Coming as well.
Right.
Yeah. So I mean,
Super busy.
Not just a fan of
guess that
all 3
qualifies.
of them, but in a way mixing them all together too. So it's not you're just all over.
Absolutely. In fact, Eric Rees, who's launching an important Kickstarter campaign today, and he wrote The Lean Startup and started a movement in the tech world. He and I connected at South by Southwest for a series I was creating called The Pivot, before there was a Pivot, the original Pivot, and on for a Total Disruption. And he and I connected, and it's so rare that film and tech come together like that. But now we've co-authored and co-hosted a show that is a 10-part show for creators called Lean Content. That's going to be like a course, basically, that you can take, which we're launching very soon. So, I mean, that's the kind of thing that can happen only here.
Yeah. Where all the minds come together.
Yeah. So it's a really great. I mean, I think more people should be doing that, kind of crossing over and spending time. I know another friend of mine's having the best time. Like, she went to some kind of virtual reality porn conference thing.
Okay.
Well, no,
I mean,
just
that's
about
interesting.
not porn, but about personal. Like, how is virtual reality going to work personally?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
There's so many different avenues that
Like,
it
it's
can
one
go.
thing to do Oculus Rift, right? And
Right.
then you're in this other world. But if you're doing that with an avatar that is your lover, but your lover now looks like something else, I don't buy that. I'm like, I still want to kiss the person. I don't want to just have this goggle thing on my. What do you
But
do?
some people stick to the idea that if whatever porn adapts first is going to be like the successful technology.
next
yeah,
way.
you remember
Yeah.
it
the
was like
first
with
guy gets
DVD?
the arrow, the second guy gets the castle.
Yeah.
So,
Well said.
it's true.
So, I mean, I host a tech show normally, so I could talk to you about tech for hours and hours and hours. But you're big in the documentary world, so I want to talk about the one that we saw, which is Brand: A Second Coming. For any of you that don't know what it is a documentary about Russell Brand, but over quite a long period of time.
As Russell Brand is, well, since he was a baby. It's Russell Brand's life story. And that was something that was a new direction that I brought to it a couple years ago when I joined the project. I'm actually they called me the Ondinator. I was brought in to close it down,
Yeah.
take it to the end. But they brought it to me. It was in a rough cut stage, and it was a very different film. It was a project he was calling Happiness, which actually was generated by Al Maisels, who just passed away, one of the great forefathers of documentary verite filmmaking, and Oliver Stone approached Russell, I think around the time he pulled that George Bush joke that was definitely a topsy-turvy reception
On the VMAs.
at the VMAs, and then around Forgetting Sarah Marshall. He's just such an incredibly unique and charismatic presence that they said, what do you want to make a film about? We'd love to make a documentary. And he said, I think he was grappling with fame.
Okay.
And so he wanted to make a film where he was kind of surveying other people about their experience with happiness and how they live a meaningful life.
Interesting.
Famous people, people in prison, all over the place, people all over the place. And when I got, he went into the Marines for a couple days, actually, as part of that project. Great footage, a lot of really, really cool footage. And you see a little bit of it in the film. You see Mike Tyson and David Lynch. You see Oliver Stone. You see his interview with Katy Perry. That was previous to my arrival.
Yeah, well, you did the
Okay.
documentary
Yeah.
a great service then by joining on board and taking it away from that, because a lot of times when you see documentaries about celebrities, it's kind of fan service for people who already are a big fan of that celebrity. It just feeds into that and hypes them up more, and I feel like Brand A Second Coming really doesn't do that, and in not doing that, it stands out. It's something that remembers, like Hale said, it's something that inspires conversation. So when people see this, what is it that you want them to walk away feeling or
Well,
thinking?
I you know, the reason I needed to tell Russell's story, and I was attracted to telling this story, and I wasn't going to make that original. I wasn't going to fix that film. I went to a meeting to give them notes on how they could fix it, and there was Russell. And when I met him, I met this magical person, and he wasn't in that piece, and that upset me. So that was the beginning of my interest. But when I finally agreed to do it, it was before the truths, before the book, before a lot of the things that he's done and that are documented in the film. I'm lucky for me, and also made it challenging. He really transforms in front of your very eyes in this film, and that's what the film's about. I mean, I went to him and I said, it's got to be about you, just knowing that he'd recovered from, death's door, from drug addiction that was very severe, from what many call sex addiction. He, by his own testimony in his own book, said he slept with thousands of women. He was seeking happiness in these places, and he attained Hollywood stardom.
Right.
He used to say, I'm going to escape the penitentiary of anonymity. That's what he considered anonymity. To be a normal, regular human and not known was painful, right, to him. Like he thought he thought that he could relieve his pain in his life by becoming famous. And he was very disappointed when he reached that fame. Where is my euphoria? Where is it? Where is it? Now I'm married to the biggest pop star in the world. Why am I not happy?
Right.
So that's where I got on board. He was writing the Messiah Complex, and I loved the idea of looking at fleeting celebrity, which you must be thinking about, being YouTube stars in this kind of environment where everything's just rushing by. What is going to be your lasting contribution? What is going to be your lasting, will your fame last? Who knows? It depends what you do, I guess.
Yeah.
Depends what your goals are. For him, it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to be a comedy star, a Hollywood star, and he left. He left LA and he moves to England, and he's going to try to overthrow the government and go for more egalitarian government and representation for people, and he's already winning some of that right now. And so I hope that the audience leaves feeling like they too can have a second coming in their own lives. That's why it's the second coming.
Right.
And it feels like kind of a tricky, I guess, subject matter, because he is a very polarizing character and human being. I mean, just to be outright with you, I, throughout the ride, was like a little bit like, I don't like him. And then sometimes I was like, oh, okay, I get it. And then back to, I don't really like him, But in the end, that's what the conversation was, because I understood, but I also kind of was annoyed. But maybe that's kind of part of it.
I think it's really important, the gray area. I think that the fact that Russell is a walking contradiction in a lot of ways makes him such a compelling character.
That's what you kept saying.
And
a
I
little
think
bit.
helps you probably to engage more with the material, because you're not just sitting back getting fed a hero or an anti-hero. You're getting all sides of this person, and we all have all sides,
Fair
you know?
enough.
And I think that, especially with celebrity stories, they're cleaned up so much of the time, you know? And that's something that we really resisted doing with this, because the more that you actually, I mean, at the end of the day, were you rooting for him?
I didn't know.
We didn't know. We both kind of left and wondered.
I that's the thing is at the end I was kind of like I get it. This is all like these are all really great ideas. Is he going about it the right way? Sometimes yes, and are these sometimes no? That's the thing. It was the mix-up why we kept talking. Like, are we right in having that immediate reaction to what he was doing?
What about making that switch and leaving Hollywood and going and trying to march with these people? Do you have respect for that?
Yeah.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
there's
absolutely,
respect
yeah.
in going about something new and following your passion and doing what you're passionate about. And I think our conversation was in that, you know, is everybody going to agree that he's doing it in the right way?
Yeah, that's more or
You
less what we're
know,
going for.
yes or no. And I think the documentary does a very good job of not either praising or critiquing it. You know, like we were
kind of
saying.
let us feel how we wanted to feel,
Yeah.
which
Good.
again
I'm
was
so happy to hear this.
incredibly guttural a lot of the times. And then a lot of times we had to kind of like be like, okay, why do we feel that way? Is it because we're annoyed? Or
Is it because our thoughts
yeah,
are being challenged? Is it because, you know, like so many different thoughts and hours of conversation
yeah. That's
so great.
came out of this documentary?
I do want
am
to
happy
ask
to hear
about
that.
one thing that I kept bringing up every time we talked about this interview coming up, which is most documentary filmmakers, I guess not nowadays, don't put themselves in the film. And you didn't.
I don't usually either.
You didn't, unless you're Morgan Spurlock, and you didn't.
No, you're off screen.
You're off screen. But you did talk once, and it was a question, and that's pretty much the only thing you did. Can you tell us what the question was?
I actually spoke to him. I asked him on the when I'm shooting him on the bicycle.
Oh yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I'll answer it, but it's funny because the reason why you think that's the only time I talk is because I'm challenging him, you know,
Right.
and it's like even just me breaking the silence of him reading the paper was a problem, even for the moment, which I think shows you why I said that in the first place. Like, you think you're better than everybody else. I think you think that. And in some ways you are, you know, you're more intelligent than most people is what I say. Because I am interested in that line he walks, because I believe that it's something that he's struggling with himself. He knows inherently that he believes that we are all equal. I believe he believes that. And I believe that he practices transcendental meditation, yoga, and you can walk up to Russell as anybody and say, I have this protest going on down here, and he will genuinely be interested in hearing that, you know? And he'll be more interested in hearing that than anybody trying to write him from like a corporation to offer him a show or an opportunity. No, he'd rather hear from that. So you've got to respect that. But at the same time, he does have a bit of a fortress built around him. There is this, you know, as Matt Morgan says in the film, early on you felt like you were living with the King of Siam. There is this edginess that you can feel, and it does feel like, yeah, like there's a separation there. So it's a really interesting line that he walks. So I was challenging him on that, and that wasn't the only thing. That's what made the cut.
Right.
But we're knee to knee in the van, and I'm filming him.
It was really intimate.
Yeah. I mean, reading that, you know, one of our associate producers said she read recently that transcript of that entire car ride. We were on the road in the Messiah Complex tour from London to Birmingham, so that's quite a ride. And we interviewed on and off throughout that ride, and she says it's like a harrowing transcript to read because there's just so much there, amazing stuff. But the way I get there with him is this tension, is by having the courage to say stuff like that, because nobody does. Nobody does. And so he's like, what? What are you saying to me? And then decides, am I going to get angry here, or am I going to...
Yeah.
Maybe I'll meet her there. Okay.
It's fascinating to watch, which I think is why so many people were a little bit bummed, I would say, that Russell Brand decided not to come to South by Southwest and talk about this film in interviews, because I think the film challenges him in much the same way that you did in the documentary, and to see his reaction live in these interviews, I think a lot of people are really hungering for that. Do you, in your guesstimation...
This is just the beginning of this film coming out. I mean, this is the very, very, very beginning, and I think it's just very painful for him to have lived that life in the first place. And though he's written books on it, and though he's done stand-up based on his life extensively, all of that is the written word, the spoken word. It's not the raw, visceral footage that has never seen the light of day till now. You know, there's really drug-addled moments in it. There's really private moments in it. And there's people in it speaking that have never spoken on anything about him. And they're speaking really raw, truthful things about him, their opinion, unmitigated, you know, unadulterated. And I think it's just difficult for him to take in. But, I mean, he has the courage to have allowed it to come out. I had creative control, but, you know, people have ways of stopping things. I mean, he's allowing it to happen. I just think being here when it's just first coming out and was just too much.
And do you think people have tapped into what you're hoping them to see of Russell, or
I do.
what's
I
a
think
reaction?
that people, oh man, audiences are just generally, and I'm glad you guys grappled with it, but generally loving him more for the film, loving his character and who he is, and being very inspired by the film. You know, especially.
I mean, I didn't feel like Rosie O'Donnell at the end, but I did get it. Yeah.
Yeah, she
said. What did she say? She
wanted
wanted to shave. She said she wanted to shave her head and join him, right?
She said if I not shave her head, she said if I could get a Russell Brand tattoo.
Oh, okay.
And join
Why
the
did I
Russell,
think
and
shave
join
her
the Russell
head?
Brand cult.
Oh, okay.
Then I would be a happy
Maybe
woman.
I think cults. I think that.
I
okay.
just was, you know, just blown away when she said that. But I think it, you know, might have something to do with her leaving The View, watching the Trues every day, because she's living, he's living her dream of how to use media, and thanks to YouTube and the internet.
Yeah.
You know, he's speaking directly to people. He wakes up, he says, that's not right. That's totally not true, and that's a distraction, and that's leading people wrong. Let me go do my yoga, have my breakfast, and then I'll roll out a Trues, and it'll reach millions of people, and we'll correct that. You know,
and for
that's
people,
incredible power that we have today that we never had before, which actually ties in with with the total disruption, everything I love to celebrate. So, you know, I just feel very blessed to have been able to make this film, because I think hopefully it'll empower everybody to go and do something that they think needs to be done.
And it got exactly, like I said, it got exactly what we wanted out of South by, which was something that was memorable, something that started conversation, and, you know, like a documentary that I did not expect to have such a reaction to. So
that's awesome.
So thank you so much. Again, we were talking about Brand, the second coming.
A second coming. You can have one too.
Okay.
Brand the film.
A second coming. All right. So make sure to stay tuned. We've got another great guest coming up. We are at the PayPal Social Media Lounge, hosted by Tech Set. So if you have any questions, hashtag PayPal SXSW.
SXSW.
Sorry.
Thank you once again.
Sorry, thank you so much. Thanks for
And
coming
it's
out.
at Brand the Film.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Hello, everyone, back home and out here in the PayPal Social Media Lounge, hosted by TechSet.
Hi,
I'm
bloggers.
Trisha Hirschberger, Kale Anonymous here. We're coming
Hi,
to you live.
YouTube watchers.
Yeah, from South by Southwest 2015. For those of you who are not actually here, you're just watching it. That's what we're doing.
That's okay.
Yeah, of course. You're joining in via the hashtag PayPal SXSW, hopefully on the conversation on the Twitter space and good stuff like that.
Yeah, and we have our last interview of the day.
And we are so excited. We couldn't be closing out the show with anyone cooler. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Tig Notaro. Give a big round of applause. Woo, 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 woo. So,
Please be seated.
Please be seated. Indeed. So, Tig, in Knock Knock, it's Tig Notaro. You travel around the world, or not around the world, but around the country, and perform in a lot of different venues. That's such a cool idea. Who came up with that idea?
Well, I would say maybe 8 to 10 years ago, my friend Martha Kelly and I, she's also stand-up, Martha wanted to tour with a group of friends, and I had heard about punk bands and folk singers doing house concerts, and I hadn't really heard of comedians doing it, and so I just thought that might be a cool thing to avoid the typical comedy club scene and just do shows in backyards and basements and rooftops, and it was a blast and very awkward.
Are you doing just to be in their faces? When you're doing that, do you have like a set list that you do for every single one, or you just base it on what's going on in the area?
I mean, there's a lot of interaction with the audience for sure, because it's, you can go in with material, but there's so much that you're looking at and dealing with. It's so not a traditional comedy setting, and so you can't help but include that into the show a lot of times.
It adds so much humor to the documentary that all the venues you're at, like some of them you're like, I can touch you. Hi.
Oh, and I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're right here. So how does the PayPal Social Media Lounge coffee
how's
shop
this-
venue
how's this
compare?
working out?
How would you rate us?
This is like a stadium version of what this is to have. Well, and there's a popcorn maker
There's
in the
popcorn.
corner.
Yeah.
This is a little high class for what I'm used to. To have a 1929 popcorn maker in a corner.
It's pretty awesome.
It's kind of old timey.
And people on their laptops. That's very 1929 too.
Were there any bizarre venues that didn't make the cut?
Thousands. Yeah. So many people submitted, and we could only do a few. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, were there any that stuck out to you that didn't make the cut that maybe you want to share with everyone that even if they see the documentary, they won't get to see?
There's so many. I mean, it's just like, I don't even know where to begin. But, there's certain rooftops that were just so beautiful, and then there were like barns that were going to fall down if a wind came that I wish we could have performed in. A swamp. I mean,
you performed in a swamp?
No, that I couldn't perform
Oh.
in. Yeah, that we weren't able to get there, but next time.
Would you recommend for other comedians to do this sort of thing as well? Kind of like get out of their comfort zone?
Of course not. Of course not.
It's crazy.
Yeah. No, I think I really enjoy it. I would love for this to turn into a TV show or something. This is not just, but it's a special on Showtime, so it's going to be a one-time thing. But hopefully, it'll become a TV show or something.
No, your comedy is also based in kind of like storytelling, right? I mean,
there's that, but I also write jokes, and I've also gone on Conan and just pushed a stool around the stage for 5 minutes and made weird noises, and that's not really storytelling. It's just making people uncomfortable and then heading home.
That's really what it's all about.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you, now when you go back to regular comedy clubs, is it weird now that you've been on this crazy adventure?
No, because I've done it over the years. I like to be able to perform everywhere. I do colleges and clubs and theaters and living rooms.
And you have a podcast?
I do. Professor Blastoff is my podcast. Check it out.
it's a pretty solid plug, I
Yeah.
think. Yeah.
Check it out.
So what kind of stuff? If they check out the podcast, because it's again more cerebral. Like, what kind of stuff do you talk about on there?
DNA, outer space. What it is it's basically it's me and two other comedians, and we have specialists or doctors or PhD students or what we actually ask for is that people either be passionate or knowledgeable about a topic and come in and teach us about something, and we ask questions and we go off on a lot of tangents. But it's kind of like if a teacher never told the class clowns to be quiet. So that's kind of the vibe of the podcast.
It sounds like you're using your position as a comedian to kind of like tap into to actually improving yourself and like learning. And
I love it because it's the laziest way to learn, and you maybe only learn one thing per episode. It might stick with you, and even if you don't learn something, you might just become more interested in that topic or the subject and maybe research on your own. Or but it's sometimes people will listen to the podcast and be like, wait a minute, this person didn't know what they were talking about, or this was wrong information. And it's like, this is first and foremost a comedy podcast. So if you're coming for strictly information, Professor Blastoff is not...
Good point.
Yeah. I mean, you have to listen with a grain of salt, I guess, if that's how that saying goes.
It is how it goes.
Okay,
Yeah.
well then listen with a grain of salt on Professor Blastoff. Check it out.
Now, I've heard that your fiance studies improvisation. How are your improv skills?
Well, she not only studies it, she does it.
She does it.
Yeah, she's doing it right now.
At this very moment?
Uh-huh, at this festival. And she's doing it tonight as well. My improv skills, I mean, I improv on stage. I have material that I've written, whether it's stories or pushing stools or whatever around. See,
wow, we
I'm
got
that much
exclusive.
of a professional. I could just kick tree stumps out of my way. Is this a tree stump on wheels?
That's a great question.
Thank
it's on
you.
the go.
So, yeah, when I'm on stage, I have written material, but I also like to allow myself the ability to go off script and do whatever I want. And I would say half of my show is in the moment. And my fiance and I are going to do a live 2-person improv show in Los Angeles in the next month. And I've never studied improv, so I don't know actually how to do the kind where you tag in and tag out.
The games and
yeah,
whatnot.
I don't know all that, but we're just going to sit on stage and talk about a topic that we get and then just improv through that.
Oh, I want to go to that. Where's it going to be at? We're
You
from
sounded like
LA.
a robot. Oh, you're from... I want to go to that.
Please,
you live in Los Angeles?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. We're going to do it at the UCB Theater in Los Angeles. I don't know
Sunset?
what date. I'm not sure yet. We haven't
Okay.
booked it, but there's a show that's going to let us do that on their show, and we don't know the date yet.
How would we find out that information? Is it going to like Twitter, or do you want to plug it or anything like that?
I guess just call me. Anybody listening right now that has any questions or wants to find me, just give me a call.
The number is now below you. It's right there for you.
So actually, the number is at the end of Knock Knock. It's Tig Notaro, right? So people should all go see that, and then they'll have
Yeah.
your
And if you
contact
can't make it to the
information.
movie, the number is 4. So just
Awesome.
dial that, and it should be just directly contacting me about my improv show. Ringing off the hook, the phone.
So how can people see Knock Knock? It's Tig Notaro.
Well, at the festival, they can see it tomorrow and the next day. I don't
Okay.
remember the times. And then Showtime is airing. The premiere is April 17th on
Okay.
Showtime. So check that out.
Awesome. So tune into Showtime, guys.
I was talking to.
It's interesting. Everybody's still standing and going nuts.
That woman over there is crying with joy.
I know.
That's pretty cool.
Lady, relax.
before we started, you work with a lot of great comedians yourself. Is there anyone that we can look forward to you working with soon?
Well, my friend John Doerr is in Knock Knock. It's Tig Notaro, and I think he is the funniest human being alive. As far as comedians that I'm working with coming up, I'm probably blanking on something. Probably. Oh, there's a movie I'm going to be in called Still Punching the Clown with my friend Henry Phillips. He is brilliant. He had a movie called Punching the Clown. This is the follow-up.
Got it.
Still Punching the Clown.
I was wondering.
And what's the actor J.K. Simmons? He just won.
J.K. Simmons from Whiplash.
Yeah, he's in the movie Still Punching the Clown. Sarah Silverman's in it, who I've worked with on and off over the years. She's a good friend. And I probably have a lot of things coming up that I wish I could impress
You'll know
you
the
with.
day you're filming.
Yeah.
So
Again,
you'll
just
remember.
call number 4 if you have any questions about anything.
Awesome.
I'm
Call
so
number
glad
4, guys.
I'm so glad we had you as our final interview. It was just
I feel
a
like
pleasure.
this is wrapping up.
What?
Is that this interview?
What I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like
make-
you're trying to wind this down and have me head out.
I think Kale's laughing too hard.
Do you want to help us wrap it up by plugging one last time your movie, your show?
Oh, Knock Knock, it's Tig Notaro.
That's the one, yeah.
April 17th on Showtime.
And here at South by Southwest.
Here at South by Southwest tomorrow, which is Tuesday and Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
It's airing. I'm going to be doing the Funny or Die comedy show tonight with
That's awesome.
Hannibal Buress.
That's awesome. Very cool.
Double bill.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us here at
Thanks
the
for
PayPal
having
Social
me.
Media Lounge.
Let's hear it for Tig.
Let's hear it for Tig.
Please be seated. Thank you. Thank you. That's ridiculous. You guys are too kind.
Everyone's just so excited because tonight they're going to be going to a bunch of parties since it's South by Southwest. And make sure, guys, when you're going out to the parties, don't drink and drive. You can always take a Lyft. You can do that using one-touch payment with PayPal, and you get $5 off thanks to PayPal off your first ride. How cool is that?
Again, we want to thank everyone at home watching. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you for joining us on this ride and just the bevy of different guests that we've had.
Good word.
We really want to thank anyone that's in the PayPal Social Media Lounge that's been here
That's you
for
guys.
any length of time. Thank you guys very much. We hope you've enjoyed your time here. Go ahead and give yourselves a hand if you want to stop typing for once.
Yeah.
Awesome.
See, now you
No,
hear
we
all the
appreciate you guys being
excitement.
here. And before we go, we also want to thank the really hardworking crew that has made this show possible. That's been here for a really long time. So can you guys give it up for the crew, the camera, the crew, the producers,
Everybody
the audio?
here
There's
at the
people
PayPal
editing
Social Media
backstage.
Lounge.
Yeah, the people making coffee.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I guess we'll see you next year. Happy South by Southwest.
Bye-bye.